never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Set to roll on a Monday. Up, here it comes. Well, looky there. First day of February. Counting down to Groundhog's Day, right? That's coming up Tuesday morning. But they tell us things will be much different in Punxsutawney, PA this year. Just like everything else. Thanks to COVID. Gonna have a virtual Groundhog Day celebration. There's a good chance that Punxsutawney's gonna want to go right back into his bunker, go back to sleep, because it's probably gonna be snowing on Tuesday morning. Just like it's snowing right now in Punxsutawney, PA, because as forecasters have mentioned, you know, we talked all last week about a potential blockbuster storm sweeping from west to east across the country, and they were 100% correct on that, because we got a heck of a mess in especially the eastern portions of the country, and for parts of New York on up into New England. There's a whole lot more to come, because as anticipated, the secondary offshore system indeed has developed or is developing and intensifying and ultimately becoming a full-fledged, powerful nor'easter. It started taking shape on Sunday, and as I look at the current radar scene, you get about halfway between Allentown and New York City, and the heavy snows are coming down already. So New York City, you're just seeing the beginning of what is going to be one heck of a mess. We've actually already got a state of emergency declared for New York City. and there are going to be travel bans implemented starting at 6 o'clock this morning, 6 a.m. Monday morning. All non-essential travel will be restricted in New York City. We've got more on those restrictions coming up. Pennsylvania also, as anticipated, already has travel restrictions in place. We'll break down what's going on there coming up momentarily. But with a look at our travelers' weather, it's been, again, a powerful storm sweeping from California and dumping areas from Chicago. You've picked up in excess of a foot of snow, a lot of areas. I mean, we can start all the way back in Wisconsin, and from areas in parts of Wisconsin all the way to West Virginia, there's already 12-inch plus snowfall totals with this storm system. All right, forecasters say buckle up, as this storm will be a long-duration event for some areas. And when all is said and done, we could be looking at 3 feet snowfall totals. Yeah, up to 36 inches for some. The system lashing parts of the Northeast, not only as we speak, Sunday into Monday, but even Tuesday and maybe even the middle of the week, with a slew of different hazards. Winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories are already in effect across the Northeast. Snow and ice began breaking out this past day as this storm that has been shifting through the Ohio Valley continues to slowly move east. That secondary storm was taking shape along the Carolina coast this past afternoon. The coastal storm is going to ultimately become the dominant storm between these two, and it's going to strengthen into a full-blown nor'easter along the Atlantic coast. Now, as these two storms kind of interact, we're watching a broad area of snow expanding from the Ohio Valley through the Northeast. The two storms are going to pull a lot of moisture from the Atlantic across the region. Of course, you've got the Arctic air in place that was spilling in Friday night into Saturday. It's been really cold through the weekend. So that's going to lead to a broad swath of accumulating snow that's going to persist for days. Some locations in the Ohio Valley and the central Appalachians, where the snow has already but slippery gravel on Sunday, can expect rounds of snow to last all the way into Monday night. In much of the mid-Atlantic, though, the storm is going to extend from Sunday to Tuesday. Part of New England will face storm impacts Monday, Tuesday, and even into early Wednesday. So the duration of this storm is going to allow the totals to really begin piling up over a large swath of the Northeast. A large area of 6 to 12 inches will stretch all the way from Ohio through the central Appalachians and on up into New England. Even though the forecast is for nearly a foot of snow in some of these interior areas, it could be a little misleading in terms of what kind of impacts you should expect. With the gradual nature of the accumulation, the cleanup crews may be able to keep up in a relative sense. However, when you get closer to the coast, the forecasters there warn it's going to be a much different story. Very different near the coast. These areas will expect to get hammered by the heaviest snowfall. Now, compared, we've looked at the predicted storm impacts for inland areas to the coastal locations. To fable kind of remember the old story of the tortoise and the hare. Yeah, many areas further inland will be like the tortoise, slowly but steadily building up some impressive snowfall totals. Coastal areas, you're going to be the hare, the rabbit. Impressive snowfall totals pile up very quickly. We'll see who ultimately wins the race, where we'll see the highest storm totals. But the I-95 corridor, those densely populated areas in the Northeast, you'll be in for the thick of this storm. Yeah, already on Sunday morning, snow was spreading across the D.C. area, slushy roads, slippery travel developing there. Forecasters warn in those areas, snow is going to become heavy and pile up very quickly. Snow is going to gradually spread northeastward through the mid-Atlantic into New England overnight tonight. The snow has already arrived in New York City. It's going to take until about now. They were talking after the midnight hour. for the snow to really become steady. And again, based on what I'm seeing on the radar, it looks like, yeah, the heavy snow is in place. Boston, you'll start to get on the action later on this morning. Not just yet, but it's on the way. Snowfall rates will be much heavier near the coast. Yeah, closer to the center of this nor'easter. Yeah, we're talking 1 to 2 inches per hour piling up along that I-95 corridor, stretching from New Jersey all the way up into New England. We could even have Jim Cantori's favorite, thunder snow. I haven't tuned in, but I imagine Jim is probably there in New York City, if I had to venture a guess. Forecasters expect New York City to see a major snow from this event. 10 to 15 inches is likely to occur. Boston, you'll see significant snow, 6 to 12 inches, even if there's some mixing for a brief period of time there that would kind of cut back on the accumulations. Some milder air higher up in the atmosphere could cause the precip to change over to a bit of a wintry mix. Sleet, then perhaps even some rain near the coast. That's most likely near, say, Cape Cod, as well as along the southern mid-Atlantic coast. Much of the Jersey Shore, Long Island, and on up into New England, the coastal areas should remain just cold enough at all levels of the atmosphere where it's going to be snow. All snow for the duration of the storm. We look a bit further south, where more mild air is going to mix in. That'll keep your snowfall totals a bit lower. Looking at a long-lasting snow drought. As of midday Sunday, had an inch or two of snow reported in the D.C. metro area. Another couple of inches expected overnight tonight before things should begin changing over to some light rain and drizzle. And if I can scroll down on the radar scene here a little bit, yeah, it looks like that mixed bag should be in place as we speak. And you've got a little bit of a break in the action through central and western portions of Maryland, but yeah, some of that sleet and freezing rain. Philadelphia, you could see a similar situation unfolding there, although enough cold air is probably going to hang on where you're going to see more snowfall. At least several inches of snow through the evening hours, and you will begin to see that transition to a bit of a mix, sleet and freezing rain. Along with the significant snow, winds will be becoming a factor as well. Near the coastal areas, 30 to 50 mile per hour winds. We could see gusts approaching 65 miles per hour. So you're talking full-fledged blizzard conditions at times. Travel in areas from Trenton to New York City to Boston may be impossible as we progress through the height of this storm, which is as we speak and on into Monday night. I mean, literally all day long. Those strong winds blowing onshore will bring some coastal flooding and beach erosion, rough surf that it's going to be generating. We could be talking some localized power outages possible where those strongest wind gusts occur from any downed trees or power lines as the storm reaches its peak strength, which doesn't occur till Tuesday, believe it or not, just off the New England coast. The heaviest snow begins to shift into northern New England and on up into Atlantic Canada. We'll still see some lingering areas of light to moderate snow for the northeast. The wind field will then be expanding as well. Winds with these interior areas, you're going to start to get the breezier conditions. Much of the snow that piles up will not be accompanied by a whole lot of wind through the day Monday, but Tuesday then, areas all the way up through the mid-Atlantic into the western Ohio Valley, we'll see those gusty winds developing. So this is going to be prolonging the impacts from this storm as areas of blowing snow, much of the snow that falls across these areas will ultimately become the light, fluffy kind by the end of the storm, which much easier for the winds to blow it back over the roadways. Expect travel delays along major thoroughfares, I-90, 81, 80, 76, I-70 could be extended right through Tuesday with that blowing snow recovering some of your plowed roads in those open areas. Further to the east in the mid-Atlantic and northeast, could see some issues with blowing snow all the way even into Wednesday. They're saying it really won't be till probably Thursday when high pressure briefly moves in ahead of the next storm that's going to be forming in the central portions of the country before those in the Northeast are really going to be able to put a wrap on this nor'easter. It's been a while since we've had a full-fledged, strong nor'easter impacting the Northeast, but that's what we've got, blockbuster storm. So as I mentioned, I'd venture Punxsutawney Phil probably, I don't know that he's going to see a shadow, but I don't think wintertime's going to be going away anytime soon. Underway on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Hey, we can pass this along. We are now streaming live on both the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube page. We are on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page as well, along with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. I know, I looked at the numbers. I think we're like at 970 on subscribers for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, but they said, all right, based on the way the numbers have been growing fast enough, we're there. So thank you to all who have subscribed to the program. Gradually over time, we'll begin to kind of shift away from just focusing on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube pages. We'd rather you be viewing or listening via the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, because that builds up the numbers there. But so, again, big thumbs up, tip of the hat for all those who have subscribed over the weekend. We are there streaming live. Kyle sent me a message live on all 4 streams at about a minute past the midnight hour. So there you go. I did get an update from Kyle over the weekend. We talked at length. I think that was Friday night. And we're working on the app where you'll be able to just simply download the app from the App Store on both your iPhone or your Android system, which would allow one of the, you'd call it a complaints. One of the things that many drivers weren't real happy with is their inability to turn the screen off because, law enforcement and whatnot can see that you've got that screen on your smartphone. And they didn't like that. With the app, I believe you'll be able to turn off the screen, first of all, to just listen to the program. Plus, you're able to do other things in the background. So you'll be able to do all the other things with your phone and not have to disconnect the program if you want to do some other things. So there you go. Much more coming, and we're probably going to be closer to several varying terrestrial stations around the country. Yeah, there's a lot that has to go into the background there, but it's all being worked on. Now, we've already, back to more on the weather. I'm mentioning here from Wisconsin to West Virginia, snowfall totals have already surpassed 12 inches in 24 hours' time. Aurora, West Virginia is the westernmost location reporting over a foot of snow, where they had picked up 12.5 inches by 6 o'clock this past evening. Parts of Wisconsin and Illinois, including Chicago, also made it past that 12-inch mark earlier in the weekend. By Saturday night, they had reached those levels. Now, I'm looking here, New York City. Non-essential travel will be restricted in New York City beginning at 6 o'clock this morning, Monday morning, according to the mayor. De Blasio issued a state of emergency for Monday pertaining to the severe weather, public transportation, emergency services, delivery vehicles, emergency repair vehicles, and vehicles transporting people to and from work are still allowed to operate. Now, select commercial vehicles that receive prior approval from the city will also be allowed to use the roadways amid those orders. The open restaurants program in the city will be suspended today under the emergency order. This order remains in place, they say, for 3 days, unless otherwise may be extended or revoked, aka suspended, according to one that's knowingly behind the scenes knows what's going on. Now, if you knowingly violate the order, you risk being found guilty of a Class B misdemeanor there in New York City. So ground travel disruptions, air travel disruptions, obviously, flight delays and cancellations sweeping across the Northeast. JFK International has canceled over 150 flights already for the day on Monday. That equates to about 75% of all the flights that originate from that airport. As of Sunday evening, according to FlightAware, LaGuardia Airport, also in New York, has canceled 86% of their flights originating from that airport. That's over 100 flights there. Newark's Liberty International in New Jersey has also the second highest number of cancellations for today, Monday, 146 cancellations already. So in total, 82 flights scheduled for Monday have already been delayed. More than 2,500 have been canceled entirely as of Sunday evening. All right, a little more on the roadway restrictions, because this is going to be crucial for you, the drivers out there. Let's see, varying bans. Short and long tandems will be banned on parts of various, New York City, the New York State Thruway, beginning at 5 a.m. Monday morning. All right, the ban will specifically impact tandems traveling from I-87 from the New York City line to exit 24 in Albany, and the entirety of both I-95 and I-287. Empty trailers will also be banned on I-87 from exit 8 to exit 21A on the Berkshire Spur and on the Mario M. Cuomo Bridge. Empty trailers and tandem trailers will also be banned from the Pennsylvania state line to the Connecticut state line on I-84, as well as Route 17 east of Binghamton to the New Jersey state line and on the entirety of I-684. State agencies are already in the process of deploying resources to those areas that are expected to be hardest hit. While the work continues, we remain in constant communication with our local partners to provide any support that might be necessary. So, Washington, D.C.'s mayor announcing that the snow emergency in that city will come to an end at 8 p.m. this past evening. That's so Sunday evening. But the impacts of the storm will still be felt today. They tell us all D.C. public schools will be doing virtual learning today. You know, for the kids, that kind of sucks. You know, whereas you used to get a snow day, you know, a 3-day weekend, or maybe even a 4-day weekend. Yeah, you're back to school on Monday, but you got to do it from home. Now, the government will open as regularly scheduled in D.C. All public COVID-19 testing sites will be closed today, according to the mayor. Of course, they recommend anyone experiencing symptoms contact your doctor and stay home. In New York City, again, vaccination appointments scheduled for today are being postponed due to the storm. De Blasio says that he doesn't want older residents traveling to vaccination appointments in this weather. We ask all New Yorkers monitor the weather, stay off the roads Monday, so the crews and first responders can do their job. So if you had a vaccine appointment at various locations, they will all be rescheduled, they tell us, for sometime later in the week. Philadelphia on the list here, where the managing director announced that a snow emergency will be in effect. That went into place at 6 o'clock this past evening and will carry through Tuesday there. Streets Department mobilizing more than 400 pieces of equipment. The city has 50,000 tons of salt on deck to clear the roads. The snow emergency routes, primary roads, and secondary roads will be first in the city to get cleaned up. Anyone whose vehicle is located on a snow emergency route needs to move it immediately. All trash and recycling collection for the city is suspended for today, Monday, February 1. The Office of Homeless Service in Philadelphia has also issued what they call a code blue, meaning that they're going to patrol the streets in larger numbers to encourage anyone facing homelessness to get indoors during this storm. Just a couple of other tidbits as we try to break it down for you live here on a Monday morning. On to New Jersey, the governor there has declared a statewide state of emergency that kicked in at 7 o'clock Sunday evening. Officials will use every resource available to ensure the safety of residents for the storm. Now, they announced all New Jersey transit buses and railways, aside from the Atlantic City rail line, light rail, and access link service, will be suspended for the entire service day today, Monday. Let's see, the storm is also impacting COVID testing there. Murphy announced that all 6 vaccination mega sites in the state of New Jersey are closed today. Anyone who had an appointment today will be able to reschedule for some time later this week. The vaccination call center will remain open for people trying to reschedule their appointments. And there was one incident that took place as 4 Virginia firefighters were taken to the hospital, minor injuries, after one of their county fire trucks overturned on the snowy roads this past day. Officials say the truck spun on the road, traveled off the paved roadway, and rolled over. No other vehicles involved in that incident, but the 4 firefighters aboard that fire truck, again, transported for, again, good news, primarily minor injuries. All right, there's a bit of what's going on, and we've got a whole lot more to cover as we make our way into a Monday. Should I jump over to Pennsylvania? Because I know our people like Spaceman and Lobster and all of our friends who are delivering freight in Pennsylvania, they've already got the winter restrictions in place as well. They started at the noon hour Sunday, where they implemented their Tier 1 restrictions, pretty much the same as we had last week. So that means Interstate 70 in both directions, from the PA Turnpike, I-76, to the Maryland State Line, the entire length of I-78 in both directions, I-80 from Interstate 81 to the New Jersey State Line, the entire length of I-81 both directions, the same for Interstate 83 and Interstate 84, both of which, both directions, and the entire length of Interstate 380 in both directions. So what does that mean? What is Tier 1? Well, the following vehicle types are not permitted on those roadways I just mentioned. First of all, tractors without trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, open trailers or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers, enclosed cargo delivery trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle, passenger cars towing a trailer, that'd be a car, an SUV, a pickup truck, whatever the case, recreational vehicles or motorhomes, band, school buses, commercial buses, and motor coaches not carrying chains or alternate traction devices. And they always mention motorcycles. Who wants somebody get out there? Hey, we're going to get a foot of snow. I think I'll take my bike to work this morning. Now, PennDOT warrants additional speed or vehicle restrictions may be put in place as this winter storm ramps up. Yeah, last winter in Pennsylvania, if we look back at the data, there were 151 crashes resulting in 3 fatalities, 80-plus injuries on the snowy or ice-covered roads, where they say people's driving behaviors, driving too fast for conditions, or making careless lane changes, were all factors. Again, we had some similar restrictions in place last week due to the weather. Now, that's Tier 1. They've got a 5-tier system there in the state of Pennsylvania. I wouldn't be surprised that we may see some of those Tier 2 or maybe Tier 3 being ramped up as the snows really begin to pile up. I think in eastern portions of the state are going to have a better chance of seeing some of those heavier accumulations as that nor'easter on the coast really begins ramping up there. All right, our number is 844-844-3388, and we get first out of the box here on a Monday. Hello, Double R.
Hey, Steve, how you doing, my friend?
What's happening? How was your weekend, or did you have a weekend?
Well, we didn't really. We were in Marysville, Ohio, Saturday night up to 9 o'clock. We had to load out of there, and then we were coming back down. I'm almost to Flintstone now. I've got to go to Roswell, Georgia, and drop off 2, and then head on down to Miami. How much snow did you guys end up with? Because when I come down 675 there in Dayton, it was snowing so hard, Steve. I kid you not, those snowflakes were probably as big as around as a 12-ounce Pepsi can. I mean, I've never in my life
Really? Wow.
I mean, it was coming down quick.
Wow.
And you couldn't see what lane you were in, because of snow. You didn't see very many snow plows out. And I was just wondering, how much snow did you guys end up with up over in that area?
See, now, here in our area, southwest Ohio, we picked up probably, I'd say maybe 2 inches, somewhere along that line, and it changed over to rain. So it was a real slushy mess. I know from, like, say, Dayton over to Columbus, they were anticipating 5 to 8 inches with the storm there. I talked to Kyle earlier. He said they got at least a good 5 inches there in Mount Gilead this past day. So,
yeah, it was terrible. I know it was terrible. It was cold too. I mean, you hit it right on the nail on the head there. Nita and I was loading up there at Honda, and it was 34 degrees, and it felt like it was 17 degrees. I mean, we like to froze to death.
Yep.
And man, it was terrible. But I got another question I want to ask you before my headset's trying to die on me. So,
okay.
I'm trying to accept this new president we got.
Yeah.
Okay? And I know you get sick of hearing it. What is wrong with this man? I read the other day that he has not even, I mean, this COVID-19 serum that they come out with, he's talking about going ahead and doing the Guantanamo detainees, shooting them, giving them the virus shot. And that just rubbed me wrong. I'm sorry. You're supposed to be a president of the United States. You're supposed to take care of your first responders, your military, your elderly, before you even worry about them yahoos in in Guantanamo. Am I correct? I mean, but he's doing it totally opposite. And I'm not understanding this.
Somewhere I saw, I'll see if I can find it again. I was looking through some of the headlines in regards to that. I mean, the mastermind of September 11. I think we have spent something like $160-some million keeping this guy alive for all these years. Yeah, why?
Absolutely. Why? I mean, I'm not understanding a lot of this stuff, and me being prior military, you think I would, and I'm not understanding what the hell's going on. And one thing I wanted to tell you, I meant to tell you the other night, and I had a brain fart and I forgot. But by the way, congratulations on getting all your subscribers in there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. There you go. I think most of the folks have been watching or listening through the YouTube page on Hot Shot Secret. YouTube's got a lot more watchers and viewers than the Facebook side. But yep, we're going to continue to grow there, Double R. It's growing.
Well, I'm contributed to your salary tonight. I went out and spent over $175 on Hot Shot Secret stuff for my new pickup.
Really?
Because it's got that diesel, and oh yeah, I went out and got stupid. And somebody told me to put that Hot Shot Secret synthetic oil in my truck, that it would be a lot better. I mean, I'd get more of a performance, and so I'm gonna give it a whirl and see what happens. So,
okay. Now, are you ordering through the website? Are you ordering from like hotshotsecret.com? Is that where you're ordering, or?
Well, no, I didn't order. I haven't ordered. I'm going to. I just went out and bought it.
You should go to the.
I went to
go to the Hot Shot Secret website. Double R. First of all, you're military, and that gets you 10% off, and then you get another 10% off if you just type in the overnight drive coupon code when you check out. I mean, you get 20% off your order.
Well, I need my ass kicked. Good Lord. Oh, well. Maybe I'll get it next time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But no, and I know you get sick of hearing about politics, Steve, and that just rubbed me wrong. And I don't mean to bring it up on the radio like this, but man, I was so PO'd. I mean, I could have bit a nail in two. And I hope what is coming about is true, that he did see his shadow on the inauguration day, that he's only got 6 more weeks. So I guess we can keep our fingers crossed, correct?
That's about best we can do. Yeah, I'm ready for spring right now, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. So anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and let somebody else get in here and talk with you, but we're up with you, and like I said, I'll be up till I get down to Roswell. I don't know what it is from Flintstone down to Roswell. What, 2 hours?
That's a little south of Atlanta, right? Is that where Roswell is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just right there on the outskirts of Atlanta. So
okay, it's about 2 hours.
I think it's an hour and a half, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All righty. Well, I'll be up with you for a while, and I'll go ahead and let somebody else get in. I won't hog it all, but.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in, and thanks for supporting our friends at Hot Shot Secret.
Hey, I'm doing it for your retirement, buddy.
Okay. Have a great. Be safe out there. Double R. All right. Horse Feathers sent a message earlier, and I guess with the wintry weather, the snowy conditions. The propane haulers are shut down tonight. They don't want the propane out there running the risk of being involved in an accident. So he's got a hold up at the home 20. He sent me a picture. He sent me an email. He said, "You're on the big screen." Did like a selfie with me on the big screen there. Good to have you with us, Horse Feathers. Of course, I anticipate you'll check in at some point from the home 20, right? Scooter says, "Just did as you requested, Steve. I switched to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page to stream. Congratulations on reaching that goal. Onward to the next of many. Sitting at home watching on the 85-inch TV tonight." Well, that covers the whole wall, doesn't it? I'm not working, but wide awake as usual. Thank you so much, Scooter. Then I think this was via like the Facebook comment page from Hot Shot Secret. Kyle sent me a couple. Samantha says, "Love seeing you back on the air. My husband Dale and I enjoy listening to you late at night. And if we aren't trucking late, then we listen to your episode the next day. Thanks for all you do for us keeping the trucks going late at night. Congratulations, Steve." And one other, this guy, Mr. Hassan, he says, "I disagree with the politics 10 out of 10 times, but I absolutely love this show. Keep it up, Steve and staff. I'll be buying Hot Shot products for sure. All right, he disagrees with the Well, we're all entitled to our own opinions, right? Get back to your calls just ahead. Looks like we got the Lone Ranger online tonight. How about that? Folks been asking, where's the Ranger? Where's the Ranger? Always one of the favorite callers over the years. We'll check in with Eagle and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So our old friend, the Michigan Madman, he does the virtual racing thing. Never tried that. It looks pretty interesting. Of course, at the onset of the COVID, the last racing season, they ran like half the season on virtual racing before they actually got back out on the real tracks around the country. But I said, Steve, I took 4th tonight. Nashville Fairgrounds on the quarter-mile track. Inside the half mile. First time I've ever turned laps on the car at that particular track. I took 4th, and 19 started the race on a quarter-mile track. Hey, we're working on the car for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and Hot Shot Secrets. Hope to have it ready before the start of the season. We'll be listening to tonight. Thank you much. All right, Michigan Madman. Anxiously anticipating, looking. He had designed a car for the previous program, so yeah, we're going to have a nice car for the virtual racing. You'll see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive sponsored car out there on the track for all those who do the virtual racing thing. All right, back to the calls here, and what's happening, Lone Ranger?
Good morning.
Morning.
scooter sounds like he's at the drive-in or something. 85-inch screen. What's he at the drive-in?
Exactly. That's a monster, ain't it?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mr. Hassan should call in. If he has a difference of opinion, I'd like to hear what he has to say. Maybe we'll learn something. And for Double R, there's a rule at Guantanamo Bay, and of course none of us would agree with this, but, with political correctness, the guy who planned 9/11, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, gets the same food that the guards get. They have a rule that whatever the guards get, the prisoners have to get, including the COVID shots. They sent serum down there for the guards, and they have to give it to the prisoners too, because that way it can't spread if one of the prisoners gets it. I don't agree with that, but I think they should give them a shot, but a different kind of a shot.
Yeah.
$167 million, you said it cost to keep Khalid Sheikh Mohammed alive, right?
Now,
how long has he been there?
The prison was built 18 years ago, and they're saying it's become the most expensive prison on the planet. U.S. government spent an estimated $161.5 million housing the suspected mastermind, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and up till Saturday, he was expected to receive a COVID vaccine so he can be tried and put to death if convicted. He's been there since 2003, Ranger, 2003. What's taken so long to try this guy?
Well, not only that, but how can it cost, $167 million? If the guy was there 167 years, that would be $1 million a year. How can it cost that much? What are they doing? Are they giving him gold bullion once a month? What costs that much money? You give the guy 3 meals, 3 hots and a cot. How can it cost that much money?
Yeah.
Even if it's the whole prison with all the prisoners, it can't cost that much money. Well, Steve, I think the country has gone totally insane. We have got the most corrupt individual in the White House that has ever occupied that space. This guy is off the rails with these executive orders. I think he's up to about 40 now. Trump in the same period of time had 5.
Yeah.
There isn't one topic that we can touch on that hasn't been perverted. The people who lost, with one signature, he killed 11,000 jobs with the pipeline. And that doesn't even include the related jobs, the truck drivers that haul the pipe, the people that make the pipe. That's just the pipeline itself. Now, John Gigolo Kerry, who married John Hines' widow and became a multi-billionaire the day he married her, gigoloed right in on that one. The guy wasn't even cold in his grave yet. So he slid in on that action. He said that these guys picked the wrong occupation working on these pipelines and working. Of course, now Houston was affected too, because Houston is the oil capital of the world. So there's a lot of jobs getting lost down there too. But a refinery worker makes $40 an hour. A solar panel installer makes $21 an hour average.
Oh, nice.
So now John Gigolo Kerry says that if you're a pipeline worker, you should just go to work making solar panels. Well, most of the solar panels, you might remember Solyndra, they got $140 million of our money, which they never paid back because they went bankrupt. But the reason they went bankrupt is because China came out with solar panels that cost 1/3 as much. So if you're a pipeline worker or refinery worker and you want to go to work, like John Gigolo Kerry says, making solar panels, you have to move to China because that's where most of them are made.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't make any sense. Black Lives Matter just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. They burned down 800 buildings just in Minneapolis. What qualifies that group, terrorist group obviously, for the Nobel Peace Prize? It's almost as ridiculous as when Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize before he even did anything. Remember that?
Yeah.
He just got in office. He got the Nobel Peace Prize because of what he said he was going to do. Didn't do anything. Now let's go to, speaking of crazy things, any gun owner who's listening might want to read the text of H.R. 127, just introduced by Sheila Jackson Lee.
You brought that up, and it's on my screen right in front. Pappy called me a few hours ago, and he said, Steve, you've got to look at this. It's unbelievable what this Congress is proposing when it comes to gun restrictions. So I've got that here. We're going to talk about it, and you are correct. H.R. 127, it is atrocious.
Well, the couple points, I'll let you share it with the audience, but the couple points that jumped out at me, they want a national registry.
Yep.
Now, all the guns I have are registered because I had to go through in Pennsylvania, you have to go through a background check for anything you buy. So anyway, they want a national registry. You have to register every gun, what kind of gun you have, how many you have. You have to register your ammunition, what caliber it is, how much of it you have. You have to register any high-capacity magazines and how many you have. And that database goes to the military, the National Guard, state police, and local police. And Sheila Jackson Lee wants to have a 200-person crew from Tobacco and Firearms, and those are the people who will go door to door. So the initial legislation doesn't call for confiscation, but it establishes a database so they know where every so-called assault weapon is, which is actually a semi-automatic rifle because they don't know what an assault weapon really is, and every high-capacity magazine and every box of ammo and every kind of ammo. They want to have a database of everything. Now, the next step is when they decide to come to your door.
Right.
And they'll have a list of who you are, where you live, and what you have with this database. But first of all, they need cooperation. And that's where the problem is going to come in. Because what we have to do, and some states have already done this, there are some states who have declared themselves sanctuary gun states. So if some states and cities can ignore the immigration laws, then some states have decided they will ignore the gun laws. They're going to be sanctuary gun states. And I hope Pennsylvania goes that way because there's a lot of hunters in this state, which isn't to say that if you own a firearm, it's only for hunting, because that's not true. It's for personal protection in most cases. So now let's go to something else here. Andrew Cuomo is under fire because he underreported the deaths from COVID.
Correct.
By 50%. He said 8,000. The actual number is 13,000. But his policy to send sick people back into the rest homes caused half of those deaths. So they're coming down pretty hard on him. But you haven't heard a comment from Beijing Biden because Cuomo was slated to be the attorney general for Beijing Biden. So again, you got the politics involved. Now, what we're hearing all the time, Biden has appointed a lot of people who are not really qualified for the job, but they're either the proper skin color, the proper sexual orientation. It's all political correctness, nothing to do with qualifications. They asked that Jen Psaki, who I think has been drinking too much Japanese sake myself, but when she's asked a tough question about the qualifications of an appointee, she'll say, "Oh, did you know this is the first woman to ever hold this position? Wait a minute. Didn't Nancy Pelosi just get done saying there's no more gender reference anymore?"
Well, that's true.
There's no such thing as the first woman. It's the first person. You can't say woman, you can't say man, you can't say aunt, you can't say uncle, you can't say mother, you can't say father. So you can't say this is the first female. Wait a minute, there are no females and males anymore. Everybody's the same now. We are born genderless. There's no genders anymore. Next
And when did
topic.
we start making appointments based on the color of skin or your race or your sexual orientation? Yeah, those things were all supposed to have been outlawed, making decisions. You're supposed to be most qualified for the job.
It's against the law to judge a person by the color of their skin.
Correct.
That's against the law, whether it be an appointment, a job qualification. You can't judge a person by the color of their skin. Martin Luther King said it himself. You're supposed to judge a person by the content of their character. Or, in the case of a job, the qualification. When does skin color become a qualification? Suppose American Airlines decided to hire their pilots based on what they look like, or their sexual orientation, or their gender, or anything else politically correct. How many airplanes would you get on, Steve? I wouldn't get on one. I want to know what the qualifications are of the pilot, not what he looks like. I couldn't care less what he looks like. I don't care if he has 3 noses on him. Okay, next topic. This impeachment. Constitution states that a person, a public servant, can be removed from office through impeachment. Donald Trump is not a public servant.
Yep.
He is a private citizen. The Constitution has no jurisdiction through the impeachment process over a private citizen. Now, he just hired a whole new crew, and I hope they make a complete ass out of everybody who's involved with this impeachment thing. And my scumbag senator, Pat Toomey, was one of the rhinos that voted yes to go forward with the impeachment. And I was on the phone with that office real quick. What a jerk. Okay, next topic. We're told to follow the science. We have to follow science with COVID. Well, the science says that school-age children are very unlikely to spread the COVID. For some reason, young people just don't spread it. So the teachers should be, Florida's wide open. Schools are North Dakota, same thing. Kids are going to school every day. They're learning. Everything's happy. Now, parents are under stress because the schools are closed in some states and they can't go to work. But worse than that, there are young people. The number of people in certain areas, young people, children, committing suicide is higher than the number of people getting the COVID and dying. Cook County, Illinois, 40 suicides, young people. Clark County, Nevada, 18 suicides. And the teachers say it's unsafe to go back to school, even though the CDC says there's a very slim chance of anybody having a problem. And where they are back to school, if a kid winds up with the COVID, he stays home. If a teacher winds up with the COVID, they stay home. Very simple. But here's the problem. All these teachers, and it's not the teachers themselves, it's the union officials that are telling them they don't have to go, they can stay because it's unsafe, stay home. But the problem is they're getting paid, Steve. It's a paid vacation. They're not losing a dime by staying home. Now, if they would change the rule and say, well, if you don't go to work, you don't get paid, every school will be open the next day. They had one idiot. She posted herself on Facebook on the beach in the Bahamas, enjoying the sunshine because she's getting paid just like if she was in a classroom. That is disgusting. And who suffers? The children. The number of children right now that are getting Fs went up 90% because of this virtual education. Some of them can't take to it. And it's proven fact that they do better in a live classroom.
Sure. But
nobody cares. The teachers union don't care. They'd rather be on vacation and get paid for it. If you cut off the pay, they'll be back in a minute. So anyway, by the way, if you want to know how Biden's doing, just look at the fact that AOC loves him and Bernie Sanders loves him. Now, he just killed a whole bunch of jobs. He became the worst president in history in the first 2 days in office. And AOC loves him. Even though he killed these jobs, she loves him. And you have to remember when AOC first got in, she was also a jobs killer. Remember the Amazon corporate office that was going to be set up in her district?
It was like 13,000 jobs or something. Was it 25,000? Yeah, I knew it was a big number.
Yep. So anyway, that's my rant for tonight. The country, we should be flying our flags upside down right now. But I'll tell you, the people that I talk to, when the poop's going to hit the fan, is when they come down hard on the gun owners, because there's 450 million guns in this country. And if the gun was a problem, they would know it. But that's what they want to blame it on, because that's part of their agenda. You know, we already had the assault weapons ban from 1994 to 2004, and it was disbanded because it did nothing. So they want to take all the AR-15s away, even though that particular firearm is only responsible for single digits when it comes to gun deaths. Handguns are higher. Last thing I have, the National Guard. The reason they're keeping a National Guard in Washington, D.C., because they want to make it look worse, even though there's no credible threats anywhere. You know, they got big walls around Washington. They got big guns around Washington, but all summer they didn't want walls. They didn't want guns. 25 people died in the riots during the summer. 6 people died at the Capitol, which is sad in either way, but all summer they rejected the National Guard. Now they have 7,000 of them in Washington, D.C., and they have walls that can't be climbed over. Of course, they're against the wall of the southern border, but walls at the Capitol are okay. So now you got the National Guard in Washington, D.C. pretty much doing nothing. There's no credible threats. But in Portland and Seattle, they're still rioting, and there's no National Guard there where they're needed. So I will end this in saying the country has gone insane. Joe Biden will relieve Obama of the title of worst president ever in history. He's already done it. So I hope we can hang on for a couple of years till we can do something about it.
Yeah.
And that's all I have, and it's good talking to you.
Hey, great to hear from you. Thank you so much. You'll close out our first hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. But yeah, as I said, we've got a lot to get to. We'll get more on our travelers' weather. There's going to be yet another big storm system coming together for central portions of the country in the coming days. And looks like we may be on tap. I think Horse Feathers was asking about, hey, when's the polar vortex coming? We may get a taste of that here in the not-too-distant future as well, which means bitterly cold temperatures. But when we come back, I've got to share H.R. 127, as Lone Ranger brought that up. That was his first topic from the Concealed Carry website. I said, folks, a few weeks ago we announced that there were several new gun control bills in the mix, but this one deals with one of those bills more specifically because we're now seeing what is actually in H.R. 127. At the start of January, the bills didn't yet have any text, so we couldn't really see what was in them. That has changed, at least with this particular bill, H.R. 127. And this thing is atrocious. It should make your hair stand on end. This is not good. So we'll take a look at that. This should scare you to death. And it's in its infancy stages right now. But again, we can't say you were forewarned if the Democrats took over all 3 branches of this government, presidency, House, Senate, that these sort of things would be forthcoming. But they're not wasting any time. Hell, they were just sworn in a couple of weeks ago, and all this legislation, these are the kind of things that they've been sitting on for years. This isn't something that they just came up with. They've been waiting for the opportunity to spring this on the people in this country. And if it comes to fruition, I think Ranger's right. If we would ever be approaching something akin to an armed insurrection, they think the Capitol was ugly. If they try to go through with this stuff, because they're talking about putting, if you don't go by the rules, you can go to prison for anywhere from 1 to 40 years. Yeah, 40 years. Like I said, we'll break down the details here. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, sure, it's good to have you with us on a Monday. Close out the weekend. I guess this time, 1 week from now, I'll be chatting about Super Bowl champs. Yeah, big game coming up next weekend, right? All set for that. And they're giving us an early look at forecast. Well, for the limited number of people that will actually be in attendance at the Super Bowl. Again, normally, there'd already be thousands and thousands of people down there gathering for what they call the whole Super Bowl experience. All kind of stuff that go on the entire week leading up to the big game. But you got limited capacity at the stadium. And who was it that called last week saying, we were checking into the prices and those who actually will be in it. It's always expensive, of course, to attend the Super Bowl. But this year, I don't think we've ever seen prices like what we're looking at to get into a game. But even for the cheap seats, wow. But let's start with a quick look at, again, some of our travelers' weather here on a back-to-work Monday as this long-duration storm continues to dump snow on parts of the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, through early this week. Forecasters are already monitoring a second winter storm that's going to be taking shape later this week in the plains. Another storm is going to move into the West Coast and the Southwest through the middle of this week before emerging into the plains late this week. It will then become the second large winter storm to take place in the plains within a week's time, actually. Now, obviously, there's a lot of details still to iron out so far in advance, but there's likely to be a swath of accumulating disruptive snow spreading through the plains into parts of the Great Lakes late this week or maybe next weekend. Again, another weekend storm. Some of the same areas that have been buried with heavy snow could be in for round two just a few days later, including places like Chicago that just got buried, and Milwaukee. Some areas further south that'll miss out on the storm early in the week could receive some snowfall as well. Oklahoma City began winter with over 6 inches of snow officially in December. Another 5 inches fell on New Year's Day. Normal snowfall in Oklahoma City would be like 2.1 inches in December, 2.8 in January. However, since January 1, no measurable snow has fallen in Oklahoma City. That may change with this next storm as we get the month of February underway. As the storm strengthens, strong winds develop, could lead to blizzard conditions for some parts of the plains. Residents are going to want to keep alert, be prepared for widespread delays as forecasters are tracking this storm. While the cold and snow will plague the plains in the Midwest, on the cold side of the storm, the warm side will carry its own threats across the south. Yet another round of heavy rain and thunderstorms will be in store, with at least a few of those storms likely to become severe. Now, this is going to be a vigorous area of low pressure forming in the southern plains. As such, warm, moist air will be surging northward, first across parts of Texas, then into parts of the southeast. As the cold front associated with that storm pushes eastward and interacts with that surge of warmth, we'll be watching for strong to severe thunderstorms breaking out all the way from Texas to Alabama, as far north as maybe the Tennessee Valley at the end of the week once again. This right after a strong tornado struck Alabama this past week. Injured 30, killed 1. Then there was another tornado that struck Tallahassee Airport late last week. Even for parts of the south that dodge any severe thunderstorm threat, heavy rain will carry the risk of flash flooding, they tell us. Some parts of the Ohio Valley, where normal high temperatures typically range from the upper 30s to low 40s this time of year, may actually warm up into the upper 50s or lower 60s out and ahead of this storm. Now, in parts of the Ohio Valley that receive heavy snow from early in the week, that warm-up combined with the swath of rain could bring some localized flooding concerns. Places further south from, say, Jackson, Mississippi to Charleston, South Carolina, Yeah, believe it or not, you may warm into the lower 70s. I mean, normal temperatures this time of year, upper 50s to about 60 degrees. While some areas further east will experience a warm up ahead of the storm, forecasters warn this is just going to usher in another truly Arctic blast. Yeah, the core of the cold will focus on the Rockies and the northern plains. In the wake of this storm, temperatures in those areas may reach 20 to 30 degrees below zero during the peak of the cold blast. So don't let your guard down. That's probably going to be some of the coldest air we've seen so far this winter. Eventually, the cold will try to shift east behind the departing storm. It may lose a bit of its intensity, with the brunt of the cold remaining a bit further west. But when you start talking those 20, 30 below zero kind of things, when I say don't let your guard down, that's in regards to treating your fuel, keep up with what's going on with your diesel treatment, your winter anti-gel, which, of course, our friends at Hot Shot Secret can take care of you. They've got you covered there. Yeah, find their anti-gel, the best on the market. Visit hotshotsecret.com. All right, H.R. 127. Starting with firearm registration. Now, the bill states that the Attorney General, by way of the ATF, will make a system for licensing the possession of guns and ammunition so we can register each gun with the ATF. They want you, if you're a gun owner, to give the ATF this information. They want your make, model, serial number, your identity, the date you acquired said weapon, where it is stored, and the identity of anyone who it's loaned to. They want this information 3 months after the effective date of the bill if you owned the gun before the bill went into effect. For any gun purchased after the bill goes into effect, that information will have to be presented on the day of purchase. Now, what good is a firearms registration without a database? Well, that's also in the bill. The AG will establish and maintain a database of all registered firearms. That database will be made accessible to all members of the public, all federal, state, and local law enforcement, all branches of the military, and all state and local governments. They want to know where every gun in the country is. Now, the Attorney General will issue a gun owner license to possess a gun and ammo. These licenses, the licensee rather, will be at least 21 years of age and must complete the following: a criminal background check, a psychological evaluation, complete a training course that's at least 24 hours long, and be insured. Your license will be denied or revoked if you're found to be psychologically unfit for any of a number of reasons. After granted, your gun license may be suspended if you don't follow the rules. If you don't have the firearm insurance, the Attorney General has the right to suspend your gun license. And if your license is suspended, you have to return it and surrender all guns and ammo. For your license renewal, in order to renew your license, you must continue to jump through the hoops. The AG will renew a license if requested by a certain period of time and as long as you've gone through at least 8 hours of training. What about the insurance? This part doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not sure who's giving the insurance out, but it seems like the Attorney General, who I was not aware issued insurance policies. I might be wrong on this. Also interesting is that the insurance costs $800. I'm not aware if it's per gun or if that is a total cost, he says. And to be honest, I wouldn't put anything past these idiots at this point in time. Of course, the bill goes further into depth on all the guns that they think are military style. And they've got all the usual suspects on it. It also does a good job of making sure many of the loopholes are covered, like how adding certain accessories magically turns your firearm into a military death ray machine. Not going to go in all the details here, but this is all available in its entirety on the congress.gov website. Again, the bill is H.R. 127. And it gets a bit better. If you violate certain terms of this BS, you can serve between 1 and 40 years in prison, as well as owing as much as $150,000, depending on what you violated. Other prohibitions, certain types of ammunition, those of 50 caliber or bigger, any large capacity magazines will also make you a bad person. Now, what do they mean by large capacity? That means any magazine, belt, drum, or anything else that can be converted to accept more than 10 rounds of ammo. Now, Ryder says this bill is a train wreck, which is meant to do one thing, and that is dismantle the Second Amendment rights. However bold this is, I believe it's too radical for them to pass all this stuff at once, even for some of those anti-gun politicians in D.C. So maybe they're just starting real big, and they're going to try to whittle things down, but they're going to do something. I'm not sure this is it. We certainly hope not, because nothing good can come from this. But at the end of the day, this gives us the direction they want to move in and what their ultimate goal is. They're basically saying, you need to do this, this, and this, and if you don't, you get thrown in jail and lose your rights. They will take your guns from you, and we've always said that is the final goal. Now, again, this is from concealcarry.com. I think Pappy had sent me a link from Dan Bongino, who has his own podcast, and he's a contributor you'll see on Fox News. I haven't seen that video yet, but I've got it in my messenger from Pappy, and he said Dan gives a good explanation. It's just unbelievable. Right out of the box. From, what are we, the 117th Congress? Be careful what you wish for. Oh, but anything's better than the orange man, right? Mm-hmm. There are those already saying that there are many people that are going to be just begging and pleading to have Donald Trump back before this is all done. And they're talking about over the next 4 years. All right, back to the phones we go. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Yeah, I'm here. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. I'm kind of like this Lone Ranger guy. Hey, listen, Steve. I just made my way. I was in California on Thursday and Friday, and believe it or not, I think last time I talked to you on Thursday, I said hell would freeze over when California got snow. Well, guess what? It snowed in Los Angeles on Friday when I was there in the mountains of California over by Ontario and Fontana. There was snow clearly falling and snow on the mountains of El Cajon Pass. They had it shut down. I had to leave out a different way in California because it was so foggy. They had all kind of accidents on El Cajon Pass. So it did snow in California for these people that don't know that. And you already know about the mountains up by Nevada. Those people had 6 to 7 feet of snow on Interstate 80. Interstate 80 was shut down from what, as far as I know, I didn't go out there. Like I told you, I stay away from 80, but it was shut down on Friday and Saturday of this weekend. I don't know if you mentioned that on your cast or not. Yeah, did you also in California had a lot of rain? Did you see where Highway 1 in the mountains of California up by San Francisco area collapsed? The rock slide.
Yeah,
the road is impassable right now.
Big landslide, big collapse.
Yeah, Interstate 1, Route 1, or whatever the hell you want to call it, it's impassable right now. The damn road collapsed. Rock slide, landslide, whatever you want to call it. But anybody that's headed that way, you might want to find another way because you're not going up Interstate 1. You better find another direction. But yeah, like I said, Steve, and then I got mad at my boss, man, because I wanted to get a good load going back to the East Coast. I didn't check the weather before I ran my mouth. I'm glad that they didn't have no load going to Chicago because you know what's going on in Chicago right now. I was trying to get a load to Chicago. I'm glad they decided not to give me that load. Instead, I get to go to Alabama, so the weather's a lot better down south than it is up there in Chicago, in Indiana area, Ohio, where you at. I definitely didn't want to deal with all that snow that they have in Chicago right now. So I got lucky on that deal. Yeah. You still there?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you said, well, I'm looking at the news tonight in Chicago is getting hit real hard with the cold and snow, and Wisconsin, too. All those states are getting hit real hard. A lot of accidents, truck accidents, from what I've been seeing on TV. So, yeah, if anybody is out there rolling in Chicago or Wisconsin tonight, yeah, you call in and maybe give a traffic report to the other drivers and let people know what's going on. But you know something, Steve? As I've been driving around, man, I'm seeing something that I really don't like to see right now happening in America. And the people on TV are trying to tell the doctors, see, they went about this pandemic, they went about this thing the wrong way, Steve. I said that I've been saying this for over a year. They went about it the wrong way, and it's going to come back and burn the United States and every other country for that matter. See, they shut down the United States last year when the pandemic was not out of control, when we only had a limited amount of deaths. They wanted to shut down all the restaurants, all the movie theaters, all the bars, all the gyms, and you name it, they wanted to shut it down. Mm-hmm. Now you tell me what kind of sense this makes, Steve. As I drive back across the United States from California back over to Alabama, what do I see? I see movie theaters open. I see gyms open. I see restaurants open. But last time I checked, we had over 500,000 people dead in the United States, and now we have the virus that's mutating. That's right, it's mutating. It wasn't mutating a year ago, but it was okay to shut down all the restaurants. But now that we have a virus that's coming in from South Africa, that they have no idea how bad this thing is going to be, and the UK variant. Now they want to open everything up. Do you understand what I'm saying, Steve? I watched NBC News tonight, and the man said clearly, one of the best doctors in the world. He said the United States is in for some dark days. You haven't seen nothing yet. These people are opening up at the wrong time. This is not the time to be opening up businesses right now. The virus is mutating. It's getting worse. The restaurants and stuff should have been open last year when the thing was not out of control. Now it's out of control. Now they want to open things up. It makes absolutely no sense, and you're going to see death and destruction in the United States. I hate to say this, in the next few months that you haven't seen. And you think 500,000 is a lot. I think the number is going. We could reach 1 million people from what this doctor said by the middle of the year, June or July. We could be at 1 million deaths in America. This South African virus that's coming out. Maybe you could check up on it during one of your breaks.
Right.
This thing is very contagious, and they're saying that this vaccine that we have right now is not known to stop this thing. So what I'm asking everybody to do tonight, is listening to me, is don't drop your guard. Keep wearing your mask. Keep your social distance. This virus is not over. I know people are tired of it. I know it's been a year of being shut down and not being able to be with your family. Do this. Super Bowl is not going to be half empty this week, next Sunday, but this is not the time to let your guard down. Listen, Steve, I want to say this right quick. Back in 1918, when we had the Spanish virus, that was the reason why so many people died. Not from the first bout of it. It was the second and the third, because people were letting their guard down. They thought that the epidemic was over, and it was just beginning. So I'm telling the American people, don't let your guard down, because that's when the virus is going to strike, and you're going to see death like you've never seen before.
Yeah.
In the United States, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent, what it's proving is that lockdowns and shuttered bars and restaurants, it didn't really do anything to stop the virus. We didn't think it would then. It obviously hasn't. You've still got no dine-in restaurants in California. But you can cross the state line into Arizona, and it was limited capacity, like 50% or whatever. Be honest, wife and myself and my mom went out to Outback for a steak dinner on Saturday night. You know, you wear your mask in, they're doing the social distancing thing. I mean, the risk is still there, but you can't shut everything down forever. Yeah, the dramatic impact on the economy, as we've seen, the unemployment numbers, they're not going the right direction. Of course, now with Joe Biden, it'd be interesting to see where the numbers go. I mean, we know that he's killing jobs. All last week we talked about the jobs being killed with the stroke of a pen. Yeah, they were talking specifically about the XL pipeline. Over the weekend, we heard from the former Customs and Border Protection Commissioner, a guy by the name of Mark Morgan. Now, he says, we didn't expect Joe would keep the border wall project going. It's just amazing how many construction jobs this new president has managed to kill with a few strokes of the pen. He says at least 5,000 high-paying jobs were eliminated when Biden decided to halt wall construction. That was another one of his first executive orders on January 20th. Democrat Representative Henry Culler of Texas, a member of the House Appropriations Committee, officially sent word to contractors building the barrier that construction of the 18 to 30-foot tall portions of the wall in California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas were being paused last Tuesday. He says, this morning, as a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, I received notification that in accordance with President Biden's executive order, all CBP contractors have now been formally notified by CBP procurement to pause construction activities on these self-executed projects. Oh, this is a promising step in our work to halt construction of this ineffective, wasteful border wall and undo the damage that borderlands have experienced over the last 4 years. Our work continues. I remain steadfast in my commitment to working with the new administration until every border wall contract is terminated and all construction crews leave our border communities. Then on Thursday of last week, it's worth noting, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announcing that he's going to back Biden's $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Good to see the administration isn't concerned about not building the 350 miles of border wall that's already funded because it's ineffective and wasteful. You know, that's what they're saying. And sure, that infrastructure bill will likely create some jobs. That'll be cold comfort, though, to the families losing jobs right now. Loss of jobs, loss of jobs. Thank you, Joe. Doing a great job, aren't you? It's 28 before the hour as we make our way into a Monday. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, jump right back into it here. And again, several lines open. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you had a good weekend. Just in from New York City, snowfall intensity picking up as this coastal storm begins to form off the mid-Atlantic coast, as forecasters have been predicting for several days. Visibility reduced to a quarter of a mile at Central Park. Snow coming down steadily there. Snow will continue to fall heavy at times through the day Monday. 10 to 15 inches expected by the time the last flakes fly. Yeah, there you go. Look at it. Yeah, right now, New York City, from Yonkers to Oyster Bay to Mount Olive to Bedminster down to New Brunswick. I mean, that's the zone where we're seeing some of those heavy snowfall returns. Yeah, even right now, snow in Long Branch, but just beginning to see some of that warmer air trying to creep in, where eventually we'll see a little bit of a transition, mixed bag of precipitation. Yeah, a little more on Joe before we get back to your calls real quick like here. It's former White House stenographer Mike McCormick, who spent 6 years at then Vice President Joe Biden's side under the Obama-Biden administration. As he met with world leaders, delivered speeches, interacted with members of the news media. Last week, McCormick was discussing what he estimates to be a 50% decline in his former employer's cognitive abilities over the past few years. Now, I said, well, 50% might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it is clear that his mental sharpness has deteriorated since he left the White House in January of 2017. They started off watching a clip from a 12-minute speech that Joe delivered earlier in the day in which he outlined his administration's racial equality agenda. It is unmistakable. He was reading the words from a teleprompter. Afterward, he sat at a desk where 4 executive orders awaited his signature. Now, what's going on with him? How does he work a suit? Now, watching the 78-year-old president try to take a pen out of his pocket, fumbling around, and finally putting it back into a different pocket. Finally, after signing the documents, he stands up, walks out of the room, as several reporters shout questions. Don't they understand by now that impromptu speaking is not allowed by this guy? It's almost like he's a Stepford president. He's this robotic guy. He's just going through the motions is what he's doing. Now, his speech sounded as if it had been written by former President Barack Obama's people for Obama to read. And Biden was just reading it. Basically, he's like the ventriloquist dummy. Said earlier, if he has any of these personal flourishes, if he has any of the personal stories, if he goes off script and starts talking, it'll take 45 minutes. Then you'll know he's all there. If it's just on glass, that shows you he is being tightly controlled by the puppet masters. So you're doubling down on that. To which he said, absolutely. And the thing is, he did have kind of a quip as he was leaving with the reporter. That's kind of the Joe Biden that I did remember, but it was off mic, and it was from a distance. You couldn't really hear the reporter's question clearly. To which, so to me, they're really trying to restrict access of the press. They're trying to make it seem like he's not vulnerable. Well, he is extremely vulnerable. This same guy was on Fox News on the Ingram angle back in September, talking about his cognitive condition. They shared the clip where Laura played a clip of Biden delivering a speech in March of 2017, where he was speaking without a teleprompter, coming across as strong, vigorous, and in command. Then she played several scripts from his recent presidential campaign where he appeared weak, losing his train of thought, forgetting words. You know the thing. And at times his speech is actually slurred. Biden was completely different 4 years ago. Back in September, McCormick was actually interviewed by the Washington Free Beacon paper. And he explained that Joe's lost a step, and he doesn't seem to have the same acuity that he did 4 years ago. Doesn't have the energy, doesn't have the pace of his speaking. He's a totally different guy. Yeah, back in the day, like 4 years ago, he had a knack for kind of connecting with his audience. And almost always he'd get off script during his speeches. He'd just make a big joke out of it and go straight from the hip. He's not doing that anymore. It's not Joe Biden anymore. The president looks lost during his interviews now. Lastly, he says, I've often wondered how his family and associates could allow the world to watch his decline. And I suspect the answer is that Jill Biden really wanted to be the first lady, Democrats needed to prevent Bernie Sanders from winning the nomination. Anyway, the world is certainly watching.
When they, you talked about the psychological evaluation that they're going to require you to have. It's not just the owner of the firearms. It's going to be everybody in the family, every family member, any household member in the family will have to be subjected to this psychological evaluation. So your 12-year-old kid, 13-year-old daughter, wife, if you got a mother-in-law living in the house, are all susceptible to that. Second point, they said that this database was going to be available to the public.
Yes.
That just kind of tells everybody, anybody that doesn't like to abide by the law and they want to go around and steal stuff, not only tells them who has the guns, where they are stored at in your residence. Makes a whole lot of sense.
That's insane. Yeah, I mean, if you want to know who's got the big stash of weapons that I can steal when they're on vacation, you know exactly where to go.
And yep, it's unbelievable, Steve. I got to run. Unbelievable. Stay in touch with this, man. Keep an eye on it. I'm just there, man. It's just a beginning.
Wow. All right. Have a good night. Thanks for the update. Be safe. You got it. It's 844-844-3388. Hadn't really touched on industry headlines just yet. Let me jump to start with this one. The Department of Homeland Security, as we know, late last week issued another national terrorism advisory bulletin. This heightened threat environment around the country. According to the Department of Homeland Security, as we discussed, ideologically motivated violent extremists with objections to the presidential transition may continue to mobilize, to incite, or commit violence. They're asking for the public's help in reporting any potential violent incidents, and truck drivers, they say, can serve as the eyes and ears on the highway. We asked the public to report suspicious activity and threats of violence, including online activity, to local law enforcement, FBI field offices, or your local fusion center, according to the bulletin. Suspicious activity can be reported by going to the Department of Homeland Security's See Something, Say Something website. Then they went on to suggest people avoid large crowds. And if it's not possible, they ask individuals make note of your surroundings and security personnel. The threat of protests and how to safely navigate them are indeed a concern for truck drivers. When the discussion was ongoing last summer, as the George Floyd protests were going on, Doug Morris, Director of Safety and Security with OOIDA, said the first step is to avoid the area if possible. If that can't be done, he suggested calling local police beforehand and provide them with the address of your pickup or delivery and see if they can give you the safest route or offer any other assistance. But if you still come across a protest or a violent situation, he told truckers, keep your doors locked, windows rolled up, stay in the truck if possible. Violence should be a last resort. He also reminded truck drivers who do carry guns, make sure you have the current permits for that weapon. Make sure they're up to date. Yeah, you could really get jammed up pretty quick if you're carrying a gun and that permit is expired. You really don't have a permit. But driving through violent areas could have the financial ramifications, as we've discussed several times as well. With your individual insurance policies, they vary, but many policies carry exemptions for vehicles being operated in an area with a state of emergency or a declaration, or you may have some sort of exclusions in your policy for any sort of civil unrest. I guess this has just become the new norm in this country, in the day and age we live. Hello, Chevy guy.
Good morning. Hey, thank you for letting me run the front door a little bit. Just a thought last week. what's amazing is 2 stories of truck drivers shooting people. Apparently, if that's 2 in 1 week, there's a lot of guys that are packing heat out here on the road. So I think that's odd. And I'm sort of glad this is coming out real quick because my friend's heavy into guns, and he has relatives that were Democrats saying, "Oh, they're not going to do anything about taking your guns. There's no way they'll do that."
Yeah.
Well, now I can tell him to go look at the HR 137.
127.
I believe you said.
HR 127.
127.
Yes.
Okay, I passed it on, and he'll be able to pass that on to them. Conspiracy is the reason why I called. I was online talking. I was supporting something Tim Scott was doing, and Tim Scott was actually telling the truth about the he's our senator in South Carolina, by the way, and he was actually making a comment over this lynching. He didn't say it, of Donald Trump. Well, I was on there and I finally answered a young lady, and she says all these conspiracy theories that y'all come up with, and I typed in. I said, "Ma'am, you got sworn testimony by poll workers, poll watchers, and of fraud. You have a sworn testimony, meaning backed up. If they're lying, they're going to jail.
Correct.
Sworn testimony of poll watchers and workers being people being hostile to them, usually from the Democrats. They've been sworn testimony and picture evidence of watchers being blocked out of the polling places. And also, I said, you got sworn testimony of 2 truck drivers. One, and we got to remember this stuff. One truck driver hauled it from New York City ballots into Pennsylvania. They were filled out. And I said, you got a video evidence in Georgia where they shut down for the night, chased out the media and the poll watchers, and then started pulling out boxes after boxes after boxes. And in all these cases, they're in swing states. And in all these cases, Donald Trump was way ahead. And then all of a sudden, by morning, Donald Trump's behind.
Right.
And I said, this is all sworn testimony video. It's evidence. It's not conspiracy. Conspiracy would be that there was no fraud in this election. I said, we can prove there was fraud. You cannot prove there was not. And it's just amazing to me. People believe what they want to believe, but I believe, I'm sorry, the jobs, how many of them union people in the jobs? The Indian reservations, I believe, are the tribal leaders are upset because of the job loss on the pipeline. I mean, you got not only 11,000, it's up to 11,000 jobs, but what about the restaurants, gas stations, motels, people that rent out their farms so they can, the workers can put their camper trailers there through the week, and they go home on the weekend. This is a main thing. Now we're still going to get oil. The oil's still going to be on the railroad cars, but it's starting to affect the oil fields up in West Virginia. They're backing off because they're not sure what this guy's going to do. And all I can say is you got to know. Everybody's got to write it down. Got to know what we're facing. And I'm really glad that they're doing it hot and heavy right out front because they're not gaining any friends. And this thing about Joe Biden, well, no surprise. I guess that's one of our proofs that we weren't in a conspiracy when we were saying he wasn't exactly right. So, other than that, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the ride tonight. Congratulations on the YouTube deal, and I guess horse feathers can put his britches on now. And we're going to sit back, roll back into the rocket chair. We're going to sit back and copy the mail, 10-4.
That's right. There you go. All right, let's see here. Thank you very much, Chevy guy. All right, so separate topic, but worth mentioning. Yeah, we've asked so many times, why is it that these people get in Washington D.C. and they want to stick around for years and years and years? Is it a power thing? Yeah, they love the power to control people. Well, then they also love the ability of getting rich on the back of people. Now, and this isn't something new. It's not specific to Democrats. I know things of this nature happen on both sides of the aisle. But if you or I were to have, knowledge of something that's going to be transpiring that may cause a stock price to rise, and we place a big bet on it, we go to jail. A.K.A. Martha Stewart. Yeah, they call it insider trading, right? But if you're, say, a member of the House or the Senate, you're not subject to those same rules. And the latest that's raising eyebrows big time, Nancy Pelosi made a stock purchase. Yeah, the irony of she made a big purchase on January the 24th. And it's raising questions about the ethics of Congress people buying and selling stocks. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, purchased 25 call options, as they call it, of Tesla stocks, along with a few other stock purchases. Well, why does it matter? Well, because the following day, on January 25, 24 hours after making this purchase of, I believe, the value of $1.12 million, buying into, of course, Tesla is the electric cars, right? We're all familiar now. January 25, Joe Biden signs an executive order mandating all cars will be electric by whatever time, several years down the line. And what happens when that occurred? Well, immediately the likes of electric vehicle starts rising. President Biden encouraging the purchase of electric vehicles, which could mean lifting the cap on sales, providing tax credits to buyers, and a potential program incentivizing people to trade in used vehicles so you can buy an electric vehicle. He announced that he would be replacing the entire fleet of 645,000 federal vehicles with electric vehicles. Do you think it's just a fluke that Nancy Pelosi, or maybe it was actually her husband plopped down $1.12 million for Tesla? That could create a conflict of interest. A part of Nancy's job includes working to pass these regulations when it comes to environment and clean energy. Initiatives that she directly and her family would stand to profit handsomely. All right, according to the disclosure, Pelosi or her husband, Paul, who runs a venture capital firm, purchased call options at a stake price of $500. Since the calls were bought last month, again, this was shares of Tesla have risen from $640 to over $890. The call options are now valued at $1.12 million. Questions of whether it's ethical for members of Congress to buy and sell stocks, as I said at the offset, it's not something new. Last year, former Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler was accused of insider trading, profiting off the coronavirus pandemic when she sold between $1.275 million and $3.1 million in stocks right after being briefed about the seriousness of COVID-19. June of last year, the investigation was dismissed by a Senate ethics panel, and since then, she lost her seat in the Senate there in Georgia. Wasn't that part of the runoff, I think? Another former Georgia Senator, David Perdue, also criticized for an unethical stock purchase. During the 6 years he spent in Congress, he was investigated by the Justice Department for his stock market activity. He, too, lost his reelection campaign in the state of Georgia. Democrat John Ossoff. Now, in the past, there has been legislation looking to combat this kind of stuff. They called it the Stock Act that passed after the 2008 financial crisis that tried to stop insider trading, making it illegal for government officials to trade stock after receiving material or non-public information that they got because of their job or information they received while performing their jobs. In light of the Loeffler and Perdue activity, that bill's been re-examined, and some people have argued it did not go far enough. I mean, Congress' first obligation is to us, the people. And serving that obligation so often requires having a little more knowledge than the everyday citizen has, or the everyday investor, shall we say. Why should members of Congress be permitted to trade individual stocks at all? Why should we expect them to even be capable of making decisions, business decisions, separating what they know due to their government job and what they might otherwise know as a private individual? Now, we're not allowed to have that information. We could have all made that same wager. We could have all bought into Tesla if we knew that the following day, the President of the United States was going to make a mandate of electric vehicles. All right, do as I say, not as I do. That is the mantra. That's the name of the game in Washington, D.C. That's how you become a member of the House or the Senate. What's average salary? Like 140. I think Nancy gets like 170,000 because it's the higher position as the Speaker. And we've said so many times, how does a person making that kind of a salary have their net worth going up by millions of dollars per year? It's because they're privy to information that you and I are not privy to. Simple as that. All right, close things out for our second hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday. Here we go. Get the new week underway. Yeah, look at there. First day of February is upon us. How about that? All I know is that means one day closer to spring. Well, we got a lot of winter yet to come. Yeah, supposedly, Punxsutawney Phil and the groundhogs. You did the General Lee or something. He's still around down in Georgia. No, I did a number of groundhogs. Punxsutawney, of course, the most famous of them all. Gets to poke his head out of the hole coming up tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, Groundhog Day. We'll see what he says. I'm betting on 6 more weeks of winter. All right, let me see. You can send me messages, and I need to flip over. I haven't been paying close enough attention to my message board. First of all, Steve, tell Ranger, thanks. He answered my question. That's from Double R. Let's see. Headed to Pennsylvania this morning. Thanks for the weather report. Change of plans. Since I heard your second to none weather report, glad to have you back on the radio. I am Ocala bound. Whoever sent that, thank you very much. Steve Horsefeather says, yeah, the propane people have us grounded tonight. Okay. We're at 969. That means 31 people still want to see horse feathers naked. Well, that's not true, horse feathers. We might be at 969, but we're streaming live on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. They went ahead and let us in. There you go. All right. Then I got a message from Helen through like the Facebook Messenger, which, again, I don't get to pay real close attention to all these message sources. I try to click through as much as I can. The one that I do get the most often is the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. But Helen says, hey, I'm just curious. Is there anybody else in the studio there at night when you're working? Yeah, I'm all by my lonesome. It's just you and me, Helen. And what piece of equipment sits next to your button board on your right-hand side there? All right, this is just a board, as they call it, a road board, like a mixer, where I've got control of the phone levels, turn them up, down. This is the audio from playing commercials and things of that nature. Obviously, my microphone. Other things could be added in, microphone number 2, and maybe one of these days number 3, number 4. Then she said, I'm thinking she might be talking about this little device. That's called a Stream Deck. Since everything's digital, on my computer monitor up here on the wall, I can see myself like you're seeing me out there via like a 20-second delay. And this controls the intro if we're starting the show, that really cool video they had made up to get the show started, and the conclusion of the show. If I've got a technical issue, I can hit a little button that'll show you the screen will go to the truck that you'd normally see the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and it looks like the hood's up and the truck's on fire. That's our emergency button. But it's what they call a Stream Deck. I can open up a Zoom conference call. I can open up my phone screeners. I can open up all the camera action and everything. And anytime I go to a break, I hit this little button here that pops up the screen that you see when I go to break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Otherwise, you could see me getting up and walking out of the studio to get a smoke and all that stuff. Or whatever's going on, right? Me munching on a Reese cup, something like that. But Helen, thank you so much for listening in. Great to have you with us out there in listener land. All right, again, it's 844-3388. Residents across the plains and the upper Midwest, we've got off fairly easy so far this winter as far as temperatures have been concerned. Of course, that's been helping ease demand on the pocketbook with lower heating bills. But get ready to start forking over some jack. You're going to prepare for an uptick in your heating costs as we head into February here. While the first few days will trend above average across the center of the country, a big change is in store in the wake of the storm system that's going to be coming in through the middle and latter portions of this week with a big surge of Canadian air. Drastically colder temperatures are in the forecast by late week and into next weekend. All right, so they break down some of the numbers where this winter has not been all that cold. Bismarck, North Dakota, you've only experienced one day below zero. And when the temperature briefly dropped to like 1 below, through the end of January, cities like Denver, Colorado Springs, Cheyenne, and Billings, Montana, have not recorded sub-zero temperatures yet this winter. That's pretty impressive for these normally cold areas. So if you're dreading the approaching Arctic blast, there's still time to get out and enjoy some relatively mild weather early this week, as the plains and the upper Midwest are going to be running 5 to as much as 15 degrees above average. And for the most part, dry, because we're kind of in between storms. But the changing pattern begins to surface during the latter half of the week. That big storm system we were talking about last hour, a few key factors like snow cover, cloud cover, wind speeds will help determine exactly how cold it's going to end up getting across the plains and the Midwest by next weekend. But in general, clear skies, a fairly hefty snowpack, and calm winds are a recipe for very cold air. And if all those ingredients come to fruition, we're going to be talking widespread sub-zero temperatures from the northern and central Rockies eastward through the northern and central plains and even into the Midwest. Yeah, as mentioned, many of the northern cities in the path of this Arctic surge either have yet to experience sub-zero temperatures or maybe have only experienced it a few times. If all the ingredients come together, some areas may endure temperatures 20 to 30 degrees lower than any temperatures you've observed so far this winter. And this blast will not come in the form of a glancing blow either. Below average temperatures are possible through a majority of the second week of February. So you can expect your heating bills to see a pretty significant increase during the month of February from what we've seen thus far, December into January. I hope my heating system's back up and running properly by that point in time, because it ain't yet. All right, back to the calls here. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, buddy, what's going on this evening?
Oh, just a Monday, everybody's favorite day of the week, right?
I know that's right. Yeah, I was just sitting there listening to all of the stuff there. Did you see where our Fuhrer has banned the use of the term China virus and Wuhan virus, Wuhan flu?
Oh, jeez. Yes, it's the China virus. It came from China. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's... but, that's his buddy over there. He's been in bed with the China Red so long, and he got to make him save face, And I tell you, everybody's wondering why they're going big on all this stuff. I'll tell you why. Because just like you were saying, old Joe is kind of infirm, so they're going to stuff all this stuff in on his watch. And when he has to bow out, then that way Miss Camilla comes out smelling like a rose because she's not making these decisions. She's just enforcing them.
Right.
That's the old bait and switch. I mean, that's a classic move there,
Right.
And that's exactly what I look for them to do. They'll get all the awful stuff that they got planned, put it in there on Joe's watch, and then when poor old Joe has to spend the rest of his days at the nursing home sniffing nurses, then Camilla just have to enforce them. She didn't make those laws. She just enforced them, so that's what I look for anyway. And I tell you what, I hate to say it, but I think the best days that there was to be lived in this country, we've already lived them, because it'll never be like it was before ever again.
Yeah.
And I pretty much don't care because I've hit a pretty good lick, and I ain't got no gripes. But man, this younger generation, I feel sorry for them because they'll never know how it was,
Right.
And it's kind of sad. And I tell you what, these gun grabbing bunch, what'd you say was 200-man team at the ATF going to be going door to door?
Well, that's what someone suggested they're going to be looking at doing, yeah. Lone Ranger, yeah.
Well, I tell you what, they better hope they can find 200 of them that's waiting on 20 virgins or something, because that's one job I wouldn't want. I don't think I'd want to be going knocking on doors asking about guns, because you're liable to get them lead first.
Exactly. Yep. That's scary. It's a scary thought, but yep. Let's just hope this stuff doesn't come to fruition. But in this modern day and age, with the likes of socialism and the AOC and all those on the left pushing Joe to go that direction, it's possible.
Oh, yeah, and I tell you what, call me a cynic or whatever, but every time I hear somebody say, well, maybe people will wise up and we'll vote them out in 2 years, hey, I tell you what, folks, I just got a sneaking suspicion our voting days is done, because they done pulled off the perfect fix. And, for a group of people who spent 4 years screaming election fraud, for all of a sudden, and now elections are secure. They win in a 24-hour period. from screaming election fraud to secure election, you know?
Yep.
And it just ain't cutting the mustard with me. You know, they got to fix in on this crap, and it's going to be whatever they want from now on, what it's going to be. And God forbid if they ever decide to disarm people, and then they're going to just, you know, set these deals up where anybody they want in there is going to be in there from now on, and it's going to get spooky, you know. But I don't know. Some people say I'm paranoid. I don't know. I think I'm right. I hope I'm wrong. I hope like hell somebody proves me wrong. But I ain't seen nothing on the wall that says I'm wrong yet.
I can't say that I do either.
Well, they're talking about all these fatalities due to this COVID. You know, 500,000 fatalities. Well, that's just 500,000 more Democratic votes. They're loving that stuff, you know. And like I said, they're not figuring in the actual flu deaths, the actual pneumonia deaths, or, you know, actual car wreck deaths, because anybody that goes to a hospital now has automatically got COVID, you know. So it's just a big scam, I tell you. And I have no doubt that there probably are some genuine COVID cases.
Correct. Absolutely.
I ain't never gonna believe it. Ain't nobody ever gonna believe that the flu just went away since COVID came, or pneumonia just went away since COVID came. But they're not figuring all that crap in. You know, it is a fear-mongering tactic. They're stuffing down everybody's necks, and I can't believe the amount of people buying into this crap. You know, all of these people go around touting this chest out, oh, man, I'm an American, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And they're the ones at home hiding under the bed because old Creepy Joe sniffed somebody and said that COVID's going to come get you. Don't go to the restaurant. Don't go home. And I tell you what's really disappointing. Where's all these big evangelists and stuff? You know, could you imagine, you know, 40 years ago, what would have happened if somebody said close the churches but let the bars stay open?
Right.
Could you imagine what happened then?
Yep.
Well, that was a different day and time because people, you know, they hadn't been indoctrinated to the point, and they haven't been put under this thumb of fear-mongering to the point that they are now, you know. And, yeah, it's just, well, I had a kind of a interesting conversation with a local preacher up there at the house Saturday, as a matter of fact. And he said, oh, well, you know, better safe than sorry. And I said, now, wait a minute. Isn't a good Christian supposed to be as Christ-like as possible? And he walked among the lepers, and, you know, y'all won't even go to Kroger's. So, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a hypocritical thinking there, too, because people's ideology and theology has been totally wiped out by this crap. So don't nobody believe in nothing no more unless CNN says it's okay to believe it, you know. And Miss Nancy up there talking about how you can't say him, her, mom, dad, sister, brother, them, they, or whatever, but it's okay. And you can't say China virus now, too,
right,
you
right.
know. So, and all of this freedom that we used to have is just going right down the toilet. You know, it's making the final lap around the bowl, buddy, and all the thing we can do is just sit back and watch her go down. So, anyway, like I said, hell, I don't give a damn anyway. If I died tomorrow, I lived a pretty good life. I don't give a damn. So, they want to come after them. Come on, get them, boys. You're going to get the hollow points first, and I might just pack them hollow points full of bacon grease. So any of them fellas that believe in that flesh of the unclean beast business got a little treat to tell Mecker when they get there. So with that, I'll say have a good night and keep it between the spotted and the solid. You got the one big moose on the loose. I'm southbound and down. Bye-bye.
All right, rolling down the highway. There you go. All right, yeah, Friday morning we had our first contest giveaway. We got 4 more weeks, and I've been informed that the registration has been reset. So simply go to overnightdriveradio.com, Click on contest, and you'll see our second week. We've got, again, grand prize will be a Pluto Duo bundle headset from Stellar Electronic, like a $200 value. Second place, like a runner-up, receives a Hot Shot Secret. I was calling it the Diesel Duo last week, but this is bigger than the Diesel Duo. It's called the Big Rig Duo. I think the Diesel Duo is two of the smaller bottles, like a 32 Stiction Eliminator and a 32-ounce Diesel Extreme. The Big Rig Duo, on the other hand, is two 64-ounce bottles of Stiction Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme. The Big Rig Duo. That's second place. That's second place prize. That's like a $175 value. So simply go to Overnight Drive Radio, and very simple. You'll enter your email address, and you'll get the confirmation you're in, and then you can enter every day, get additional entries by sharing via Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, and it shows you all the different options where you could realistically have like 150 entries, I think, by the end of the week, if you've got all those different platforms that you can share on. Last week I went in a couple times and just to see how everything was working. I think I had 35 entries by the end of the week, and all I did was share it on Facebook. So there you go. Better odds of winning that contest. We'll announce our second week prize winners coming up on Friday morning, right here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now, going back to Tesla, they've run into one delay after another on the big truck, the electric semi-truck. And now they're telling us production of Tesla's upcoming electric semi-truck is on hold until the companies can successfully mass produce their own batteries, according to a company call this past week with Elon Musk. It'll be the Tesla 4680 battery cells that they first unveiled during a presentation back in September of last year, but they're still working on large-scale production, or the large lithium-ion cells that will be the power source for the electric semi-truck. Now, Elon said prototypes are easy, but scaling production is very hard, since unveiling the Tesla electric semi-truck back in 2017. The expected release date has been pushed back several times. It was going to be 2019. It was going to be 2020. Now it's going to be somewhere in the latter half of this year, 2021. The main reason we've not accelerated new products is, like, for example, Tesla Semi, is simply we don't have enough cells for it. If we were to make the Semi like right now, which we could easily go into production with the Semi, but we would not have enough cells for it right now. We will have enough cells for Semi when we're producing the Tesla 4680 in volume. Now, they've already received electric semi-truck orders from a number of prominent companies: Walmart, PepsiCo, Anheuser-Busch. They've even used their semi-truck prototypes to deliver cars to a customer. That was part of a publicity stunt. But it's going to be a bit longer, once again, before the Semi makes the official appearance as a working rig. Musk says the electric semi-truck is entirely feasible. It's ready to go, apart from the challenge of large-scale battery production. Basically, we don't see any issues with creating a compelling long-range truck with batteries, apart from cell supply. If you're not involved in manufacturing, it's really hard to appreciate just how difficult it is to scale production, as he put it. It's the hardest thing in the world, he says. Okay, so we'll wait a little longer. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And hello to the heat wave. Hi there.
Good morning, senor, from Baker, California.
Happy Monday.
Oh, Lordy. Yes, happy Monday. Well, Monday anyways. Nothing happy about it. You know, I wonder how big a strip mine they're going to have to make to get all the product they need to make them lithium batteries. I mean, it seems like from the pictures I've seen, just for, people saying, well, let's get the a car going with the batteries there. Well, I don't know how far up that they took them pictures from, but those mines, they look pretty damn big and pretty damn deep.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that going to be economically feasible and aesthetically pleasing? I think that once you get a pipeline underground with all the sensors and whatnot, you have that running. If there's an issue, you're going to fix it pretty quick. And plus the environment grows over all that and makes it look real pretty as if you've never had a pipeline there to begin with. Lordy. I told your electronic call screener I'm going to talk about the political BS. Here in New Mexico, they've got something up in the roundhouse. They want all houses that are being built to be equipped with a solar power system, and we must now have an electrical outlet for an electrical vehicle.
Okay.
It don't matter if you have one or not. You must have one of those installed in your house.
Wow.
Now, yeah, that's what they're talking about. I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say I can't believe it's really going to happen, but it probably will, since New Mexico's nothing but a bunch of damn Democrats. Very few Republicans, and the Democrats look at us like we're the radicals. It is just absolutely amazing. And I cannot believe that I'm actually living in a time where, the idea of the Second Amendment is being threatened. Now, when the Founding Fathers wrote it out saying it should be unabridged, maybe what they should have said was by any law other than the constitutional value. The Constitution says the right to gun ownership shall not be abridged. Well, ain't this kind of abridging gun ownership by placing all these restrictions or laws, for having these guns and ammunition to go with it?
No doubt about it.
I mean, what happens? That's what I think. But then I'm an uneducated truck driver out here with his finger up his nose and a thumb up his ass, apparently. Because obviously a lot of the politicians don't see it that way. It is very frustrating to be here on the road and having these issues going on and then being at the house and still not being able to do anything because you don't have that almighty greenback backing you up. If I could get into politics and just make money, I think I would do that.
Yeah.
Because that's what it seems to be. You're not really in there for the benefit of the people. You're in there for the benefit of your own back pocket. And it shouldn't be that way, but be that as it may. I mean, really, who out there besides a handful of senators and representatives are actually working for the people? There really isn't a whole hell of a lot of them. The one that comes to mind, besides, former President Trump, is Ted Cruz. I mean, that guy is going out there telling you what the Constitution says about different things. He's working for the people. And all he gets is nothing but threats of, they ought to dismiss him and them others that were against the election.
Right.
it's not that they were against the election; they're against the election results from the obvious fraud and irregularities that were committed. Now, the Democrats had the same issue when it was the Republican that was elected. So, should this be retroactive to say all those Democrats that were against the popular opinion about the president being elected, should they, fall under the same ideas of getting kicked out like they want to do all these Republicans?
Well, for them, of course, it's a one-way street. Just like I said, like with Nancy Pelosi and do as I say, not as I do, sort of thing. She had the inside information. She knew damn good and well that executive order was sitting on Biden's desk, waiting his signature the day before he signed it, mandating that all vehicles are going to become electric vehicles.
And you got the old hags, drunks, Mother Hubbards, whatever, that are in there. They could care less about what happens in the future because they've already got their pockets lined today that'll take care of them and their families and their children's children. Yeah. Frustrating to say the least. And another thing about the Second Amendment, when they start throwing these laws, these bills, and try to make them into laws, all of us are going to be, we're all going to be criminals because, I'm not going to follow that damn law. I'm going to be fighting it tooth and nail. And right now, the only criminals out there with guns are those that are not supposed to have them to begin with. But they have them just as easy as buying a stick of gum from a candy counter. I mean, if they can get it that easy and the ammunition to go with them, why can't they go after that sect? Clean up the trash first before you start dusting the house. Man, I tell you what, where's my Diet Dr. Pepper and Jack Daniels when I need it?
Well, that's for Friday night there. Well, heat wave, right?
Apparently so, or whenever I'm at the house. So,
yeah.
Well, Senor, I'll let you go so you can go ahead and holler at someone else tonight.
All right. Hey, always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in there. Yep. And with that, lines wide open here on a Monday. 844-844-3388. It almost coincided with, the announcement of everything's going to be going electric car. General Motors last week announcing, I think by the year 2035, that will be essentially, they made it sound like their complete line of vehicles. And they're going for zero emission vehicles. For many years, they were pursuing. Remember the old hydrogen fuel cell passenger car? They had been working on that, and I guess last year they said that they're not going to pursue that anymore. They're going to focus everything on battery electric vehicles. But with that, we'll get a quick break in here. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we jump back into it here. Again, lines available. What's going on a Monday? How was your weekend? Anything special? Gonna get some road updates. I know there's plenty of areas where they're having real issues. Yeah, Northeast, yep, you're getting hammered as we get the new week started. But just as forecasters had predicted, we knew it was coming. Who was it earlier? Double R was asking, how much snow did you get? Now, here in Southwest Ohio, we got kind of lucky. You don't have to get too far to the north. Bellefontaine, Ohio picked up 6 inches officially is what I'm seeing here. And they've been picking up a little bit more this past evening, light accumulations. Piqua picked up 5.4 inches. Versailles, like 5 inches there. Over in Champaign County, about 4.5. So everybody else is more along the 1 to 3 kind of zone. Xenia officially picked up like 1.5 inches from that storm system. Under our industry headlines here on a Back to Work Monday, they call it the truck parking update, and thousands of truck parking spaces are coming here in 2021 if all goes as planned. The big 3 truck stop chains publicly announcing their plans for this year. And in short, lots of new locations are in the works. Of course, last week, Love's announced they're going to be, their plans are to open 50 new stores, 50 more travel stops, translating to more than 3,000 additional truck parking spots over the Travel Centers of America. That chain announcing they will continue growth as well through their franchise option. Last year, the TA signed 21 franchise agreements and opened 10 new locations. This year, the company expects to open more than 20 more locations in a number of states. Not clear how many truck parking spaces will be added, but with TA locations averaging 100 or more spaces, it could also be in the thousands of additional spots. Then you've got Pilot Company, who told Landline that they plan to build more than 15 new locations this year, which would add about 600 truck parking spaces. Also, they plan to upgrade and kind of re-image more than 150 existing locations to provide dealers with more locations and a better guest experience. All right, out there on the road, a number of truck parking issues on the surface. This story kind of sounds like another truck stop proposal that we've seen over the years. Truck stop denied by truckers? With a big question mark. Developer makes a rezoning request. Residents make claims against it, and the Planning and Zoning Commission denies the request. But this one kind of has a twist. One of the planning commissioners in Covington, Georgia, is a former truck driver with 21 years of experience. With a unanimous vote, he voted against the truck stop. Partly, they say, because he agreed with the residents that were concerned about criminal activity. Even worse, a current trucking company in the area actually joined in the voices of dissent. The man pointed out that there are 3 truck stops within 15 miles. For reference, the proposed truck stop would have been located at exit 98 off I-20 in Georgia. And he also mentioned the idling trucks would be increasing air pollution in his town. Okay, so truck stop denied by truckers. Don't come across something like that every day. A few more truck parking spots proposed in New York. An abandoned spot in Lansing, New York has some interest from a developer. They still have some hurdles to cross there. Dandy Mini Mart submitting their plans to build a relatively small truck stop. Initial plans show space for 6 diesel pumps, 6 truck parking spots. But even that, residents are raising concerns. So Dandy Mini Mart won't be able to just coast through this one. Several planning and board meetings are expected here in the upcoming weeks. No truck projects of any kind opposing truck stops, par for the course nowadays. But in California, one town takes it to the next level. According to the report, the Jurupa Valley City, officials there have temporarily banned all truck-intensive uses. I guess last week, the city council unanimously voted to ban developments that are truck-intensive for at least 45 days. They will consider extending that for the rest of the year. 2 projects that were already in the works have been denied an exemption, although the moratorium has warehouses in mind. Any truck stop looking at the area may as well turn around and look somewhere else, because it ain't going to happen there. Meanwhile, north of the border, the Ontario Ministry of Transportation will be building a truck rest area on Highway 402. That's near Wyoming later this year. Now, before you open up your map, Wyoming is also the name of a town in Ontario, Canada. The new truck rest area used to be an inspection facility. Restructuring old inspection locations for parking is something that's been done in Missouri as well. According to the report, the Ontario government plans to open 9 more rest areas as part of a 5-year road safety plan there. They also plan to improve 14 existing rest areas, adding nearly 200 additional truck parking spaces at 4 existing travel plazas. Okay, 1 or 2 more here. The government's favorite way to deal with truck parking crisis is to conduct an infinite number of studies. So the Maryland Department of Transportation is the latest to do just that. In partnership with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, they monitored a welcome center along I-95 to study truck parking. According to government technology reports, the study is likely full of jargon, numbers, and deep analysis compiled by our highly educated scientists who have dedicated countless hours to the project. Problem has been clear to truck drivers for more than decades. There's not enough truck parking spaces. The answer is very simple. Just add more. All the time, all the money we spend on these studies and technology could have been used creating more capacity. Hopefully, Congress will pass the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which would allocate $755 million specifically to add free truck parking spaces to the nation's infrastructure. It's really that simple. All right, the new big three locations, as we mentioned, Love's Piloted Travel Centers of America, have opened a total of 6 new locations across the country, which has already added more than 500 much-needed truck parking spaces. You've got the Love's in Huntington, Indiana, that added 41 truck parking spaces. The Love's Travel Center off I-55 in Shanahan, Illinois, 91 new spaces there. Love's off Interstate 94 at exit 292, that's in Valley City, North Dakota, which added 85 new spaces. The Express Fuel Travel Center, that's a Pilot 19 fuel network, exit 203 off of Interstate 10, Eloy, Arizona, 82 new spaces there. And lastly, the TA Travel Center, exit 353 off I-84, Huntington, Oregon, where they added 150 additional truck parking spaces. They call that the parking zone. Landline, our friends at Landline and OOIDA try to compress and compile all the details and put it all together. So there's the latest in our industry headlines. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Love to hear from you here on a Monday. Help us make it through a Monday. What do you say, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, I'm back again. I wanted to talk to you about one other thing that I didn't go over earlier tonight. I want to say something about trucking before I get started, though. Yeah, Love's, I got to give Love's credit. You was just talking about them around the U.S. Those people are opening up truck stops all over the different locations, brand new facilities, other than, Petro and TA. They're not really opening up no new places, but Love's, everywhere you go, they building a new facility. I drove by a place a couple of weeks ago. I forgot where I was at, but it's a brand new truck stop. Oh yeah, it's on Interstate Highway 78 in Mississippi, like you're going towards Memphis, Tennessee. They got a brand new Love's that's going up. They need one because they don't really have too many truck stops on Interstate 78 in Mississippi. So they got a brand new Love's, probably be opening up in another couple of months, it look like. But yeah, we definitely need more parking. And you was just talking about California. Like I say, I was just out there and I drove by that area you talking about, Jurupa Valley. They got a big customer out there called Costco, wholesale food seller, and a lot of trucks go out there and there's nowhere for the trucks to park. They got trucks coming in from all over the place delivering to this grocery warehouse, and there's nowhere for them to park, and they don't seem to like truck drivers in that area for some reason. But it's hard to find a place to park when you in the LA area because they only got 2 truck stops, and then you out of luck other than that in Ontario. So if you got to deliver a load, you better get there early. That's all I can tell you. If you got a load going to California, because it's not very good right now. But hey, Steve, I forget what I wanted to focus on this time was the situation that's going on with Mr. Joe Biden and the caravan. I talked to you last week about this situation. I looked at some video over the weekend, and these people from Guatemala and Honduras, they are overrunning the police down there. They're trying to vacate. They're basically trying to empty out the whole country of Guatemala and Honduras. They've already been told that Joe Biden has an immigration policy that's going to allow them to come into the U.S. and find work and be able to earn a living. Why Joe Biden doesn't come on television and tell these people to make a U-turn and head back to where they're coming from, I can't figure it out. Because as we speak right now, there's the caravan that's walking and jumping on trains any way they can get to the U.S., making their way towards the U.S. As the land of opportunity. And Joe Biden, like I say, now that Donald Trump is out of the White House, that's a very bad mistake. Like I said, the American people, you said it earlier in your show, and I've been saying it for years, Steve, the American people are going to be begging and pleading for Donald Trump to come back to the White House. They don't realize the mistake that they made. The border is going to be wide open. Joe Biden, like I said, he ought to be ashamed of himself. We have a pandemic going on. We don't know who I've gone over this list over and over and over. We don't know who these people are. We don't know what their background is. We don't know what their medical status is. You cannot allow 10 to 15, 20, 30,000 people, whatever this group of individuals, to just walk into the USA unabated and nothing be done about it. Joe Biden needs to make a statement and let these people know that it's just not going to happen. I feel bad for the people. If we can send them some money to Guatemala and Honduras to help them out, then that's what the United States should try to do that if they can. But we cannot allow these people to overrun our border because like Donald Trump said for years while he was in the White House, without borders, you don't have a country. It's simple as that. So anybody who doesn't think doesn't believe what I'm saying, just turn your TV on and look it up, and you'll see that this caravan is in Mexico. From what I understand, they already don't overrun the Guatemalan military to get into Mexico, and they're making their way towards the United States as we speak. So if you care about your job and you care about your country, you'll let Joe Biden and the people in the White House know that this needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped immediately. And I'll thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, thank you much again, Eagle. Good to hear from you this morning. Speaking of, ruining the day that Joe Biden was elected president. Who was Representative Gohmert, I believe it was. He says, when one looks at former President Trump's continuing popularity, in spite of these allegations that he incited violence, Americans could see him return as a very, very powerful presidency, as they will long for the days when he was still in office. Speaking on Newsmax TV, Representative Louis Gohmert says, quote, I think that's going to be the question we all ask for the next 4 years. When asked about the possibility of Trump running for re-election in 2024. Of course, that'll be his decision, he says, his decision. But Trump clearly called for peaceful protest. The people see the ineptitude of the Biden administration and the Orwellian totalitarian efforts that are already happening. And they're going to begin to see Donald Trump in a new light. They're going to long for the days of Trump. And I think if he were here to run again, he's learned enough about the dishonesty on, of course, the other side, and even the dishonesty in his own party, with people that said they were going to help him and turned around, stabbed him in the back. I think you'll see a very powerful presidency. Trump's administration was really hurt by having people actually in the White House that he shouldn't have kept there. He had people there that were hurting him and that were conspiring against him. He also agreed that it's kind of amusing to think Trump could continue holding rallies and that the media would need to continue covering them even as the Democrats are declaring war on the middle class in this country. I think we're going to see Donald Trump become even more popular, according to Gohmert. When you're looking at what he did in his 4 years compared to what we're seeing already in this administration, and I'm glad to see Kevin McCarthy and the president beginning to try and patch things up. And if they proceed with this impending impeachment, that's also going to boost sympathy for Trump. He said, I was with 100 East Texans this afternoon, and they're so fired up. They're so upset about just the overwhelming dictatorial actions that are taking place under Biden, and with Nancy Pelosi as the speaker. I'm seeing people fired up and ready to take on the 2022 election. And I think by then you may see a very different outcome. I think that very well may be the case. And before we get back to your calls, the other issue that Eagle just brought up there, and he's 100% correct, the message has been sent loud and clear and spreading like wildfire south of our border. So come on, let's head to America. We've got a new sheriff in town, and he's welcoming us in with open arms, as in Joe Biden. We just got the latest numbers. And again, how this turned out being a non-issue for the 2020 election is beyond me. It was one of the top front and center issues leading up to the election 4 years prior to that. And that, of course, is border security. Illegals in this country. Roughly 14.5 million illegal aliens live across the United States, costing American taxpayers about $134 billion every year, according to the latest study. Annual release from the Federation for American Immigration Reform finds the illegal alien population has grown by at least 200,000 since 2019, costing taxpayers an additional $2 billion since last year. Although the number of illegals has increased, the study states growth among the illegal alien population had indeed slowed over the last year. First of all, due to the coronavirus, and of course because Donald Trump had his Remain in Mexico policy, which stopped the practice of border crossers being released into the interior of the United States. Of course, Joe Biden has already overturned that. The Stay in Mexico policy, that's an executive order that turned that over last week. Now, as many as 60% of all new illegal aliens in any given year are those who have actually overstayed visas, thanks to a timely travel freeze implemented by the Trump administration to stop the spread of the virus. Far fewer people entered the United States in recent months, so far fewer people had the opportunity to overstay their visa. But the growth of this population and the financial burden on taxpayers has been enormous over the last decade. In 2010, for instance, the estimate was the illegal alien population stood at just over 11 million. So we've seen a 31% increase in just the last 10 years. A study found most illegals in the U.S. tend to live near the southern border or in those states that offer the expansive sanctuary protections, shielding them from arrest and deportation. The 10 states with the largest illegal population account for just under 3/4 of the national illegal alien total. Most significantly, the study details the government's ineffectiveness to properly count the population of illegals, including the annual total of those who illegally crossed the borders, as well as the visa overstays. In truth, we don't know exactly how many people crossed the border unlawfully. We can only estimate these figures based on how many individuals that Customs and Border Protection and ICE believe had slipped through their detection. Now, all this as President Biden is easing immigration enforcement, only prioritizing the arrest and the detainment of those that are convicted of felonies, and he's looking at halting deportations for at least 100 days. He's also, of course, proposed amnesty for nearly the entire illegal alien population, which would add millions of foreign nationals to the labor market. At a time of mass unemployment, 18 million Americans are jobless right now. And of course, every year we give green cards to about 1.2 million legal immigrants and another 1.4 million visas to foreign nationals. So this mass legal immigration process, That's in addition to the hundreds of thousands of illegals who successfully cross the border or overstay their visas every single year. $134 billion every year coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. That's you, that's me. All right, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of one dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday diesel treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I kind of figured old horse feathers would check in from the home 20. But I guess seeing as he's got a night off, maybe he's snuggling with the guppy. And I know he had us on the big screen early out of the box. All right, yes. He was asking last week, have we got a name for this big storm? I even heard the Weather Channel, had him on briefly yesterday morning. Yeah, even they were kind of questioning. They say a lot of people don't like naming these storms, kind of like we name our tropical systems. Does anyone really even pay attention to named winter storms? Yeah, they're already up to the letter O in the alphabet. This is Winter Storm Orlena. And quite honestly, I could not tell you the name of any previous storm that the Weather Channel has named this year. It's just another storm. But the very latest status, snowfall intensifying as it moves northward from the mid-Atlantic states toward New York City. New York City, of course, about the midnight hour, the heavy stuff started coming down. Some lingering dry air may keep most of the southern portions of New England dry for the time being. Snow also expanding through the Ohio Valley, extending as far south as Kentucky, into Tennessee and into the Great Smoky Mountains, while coming to an end across the upper Midwest. Orlena will bring widespread, moderate to major extreme impacts across the Northeast. And they've got this impact scale, 1 to 5. This storm is being dubbed as a 5 on the category 1 to 5 scale of major impacts. So air travel, ground travel, you name it, a lot of disruptions. They take into account, the index does, snow, ice, wind, temperatures, population, determining how many would be impacted. One of the expected impacts is that travel in the Northeast will be severely disrupted by this storm. So here we are headed into a Monday. Today will be the peak day for the storm in the Northeast. Heavy snow at times from southern New England to New York City, northern and mid-Atlantic states. Snow could change to rain or sleet for a time near the immediate coast from southeast New England to portions of, say, Long Island and southern New Jersey. There may also be a bit of dry air several thousand feet above the ground, a dry slot, as meteorologists call it, that could take away at least a few hours of heavy precip wherever that dry slot tracks. But then as we look ahead, Monday night, the heavier snow spreads further north into New England, parts of upstate and central New York. Strong winds will be buffeting the coast both Monday and Monday night. Near blizzard conditions cannot be ruled out. Even into Tuesday for Groundhog Day. The best chance of snow continuing will be in New England. Lighter snow may linger as far west as central New York and as far south as maybe New Jersey or the Delmarva Peninsula. Snow can linger in those areas Tuesday night or even into Wednesday. But widespread heavy snow totals forecast throughout parts of the I-95 corridor from southeastern PA to New York City and on up into New England. And from the north and west suburbs to the South Shore in the Boston metro area, we could see some areas where the sleet or some rain mixes in for a time. So there could be a big difference in snowfall totals over a very short distance in those areas. Same thing for southeastern Pennsylvania to southern New Jersey, eastern Long Island to New York City, not northern New Jersey. But heavy snow. And we're talking widespread 6 to 12 inch totals. Some areas will be actually looking at 1 to 2 feet of snow, including from eastern Pennsylvania to northern New Jersey and southeastern New York. Big snowmaker impacting the Northeast. Probably the first really big storm you've had to contend with this winter thus far, right? Our number is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. And what's going on this morning, Philip?
Oh, just driving in the rain, bud. It's raining down here right now. We got a storm moving across right now. It's nothing compared to what they got up north, though. Supposed to have a rocket take off this morning. I don't know after this stuff gets off. Hopefully this stuff gets out of here before 6 o'clock. The rocket's supposed to go off about 6:30. Have you heard anything about this storm coming across down here?
I'm looking at rain. Like you said, rain right now that pretty much, it goes from, it crosses the entire peninsula. You got rains from right about between Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, and rain that extended down through Orlando, down to Bradenton, Florida. You got more rain going to be pushing up into the Tampa area here in the next few hours. So I don't know. It's all kind of pushing off to the due east. So I don't know. This is going to be a launch from Cape Canaveral, right? Port Canaveral?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a launch from Cape Canaveral today. SpaceX is supposed to launch some more Starlinks. And also, they're supposed to go today. They're supposed to do one of those starships out in Texas. They got 2 of them sitting out on the pads right now, but they're having some little problems with the FAA because of the area that they want to cover and when they land it and whatnot. So hopefully they get them things off today. They tried a few days ago, but they couldn't do it. The FAA canceled their TSR, which is their restrictions for the flight, the range around it. So, but that one this morning is supposed to be a Starlink mission from the Cape out here. I'm on I-4 right now. I'm down by Sanford, Florida, and almost to Lake Mary, and it's raining. It's this light stuff, but it rained hard. You could see, and the road's really slick right now. So, is there a lot of snow up in Cincinnati?
It's just light snow. You kind of lingering snow showers. We probably picked up another quarter, half inch since Sunday afternoon.
I know. I talked to a buddy of mine in Chicago yesterday, and he said that they're having a problem over there with the blowing stuff. He said he had blew his driveway off before he went to work in the morning about 7 o'clock. He came back home at 5, and he said it was just as bad as it was overnight.
Wow.
So he had to clean it off again at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I know it's pretty thick up there right now. But I tell you what Eagle was talking about makes a lot of sense, and about the borders. I think technically, with all we've got going on right now, I think we need to shut it down for anybody. But I know Biden has other ideas about that than Trump did. But I don't know. I got mixed feelings about what's going on right now. If you watch the market, how they're stopping the small investors from getting into those stocks like GameStop and all that. Have you seen that?
It's been one of the very interesting stories from last week. Yeah, how that's all unfolding. Yeah, the big hedge guys trying to block the little man.
Yeah, you know what's funny is it's kind of like it was back in the Civil War area back in 1800s. That's kind of what the Civil War was started on to begin with, the big guy and the little guy. And I just thought it was funny when I heard that term yesterday, them talking about they're going to shut the small investors, the day traders, they're going to shut them down to buying so much. I mean, that's just like they're drawing lines in the sand, who's rich and who's not, you know. I don't know. I think everybody should have a stab at it, but I know what they're doing. They're trying to control the market more to keep it from falling down below so they can stabilize it. Do you think that's what's happening?
As I said last week with the whole GameStop thing, and then it was AMC Theaters was in the mix. They tried to run the price of that up as well. I'm kind of confused as to what the heck's going on.
I'm really confused about it. I mean, well, with the oil and all that, I know what's going on with that. They're trying to drive the price of barrel up to make the Saudis happy. I know that's making them happy, but because we're having to buy more from them. But I don't know. The market is really weird right now. I wouldn't really want to be in it right now. A lot of these tech guys are watching what they're doing with their money, and I think that's what's really treating it the way it is right now. So, but that's all I pretty much got for today, Steve. I appreciate you having me on, bud.
All right, thank you much. Appreciate you checking in there. Have a great day. I'd much rather have rain than the snow. Anyway, you got rain there in Florida, and it looks like that SpaceX launch will not happen until tomorrow, Tuesday, because it's now saying February 2nd, 6:09 a.m. And let's see, SpaceX scheduled to launch the 18th mission constellation of network satellites known as Starlink, as they continue to grow the network, providing internet services to those who are not yet connected around the planet, and reliable, affordable internet access on a global scale. So, all right, due to the launch window of 6:09 to 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time being scheduled significantly outside visitor complex operation hours, launch viewing opportunities are not actually available there, I guess, at the Cape Direct. And you can watch it live. And, of course, if you live down there near the Space Coast, it's just still dark at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so it'll be an early morning launch, but it'll still be dark, so you'll be able to see that rocket going up from many, many miles away. All right, then on to the markets he was asking about. All right, Dow Jones futures rose slightly Sunday night, along with S&P 500 futures and NASDAQ futures, after some sharp losses earlier. Investors looking for signs that the stock market rally might find some support or keep retreating. Now, there is supposedly a handful of Republican senators that they're going to propose a $600 billion stimulus compromise. As we've been talking for the last several weeks, Democrats have a $1.9 trillion stimulus offer. So this is much lower at $600 billion. I can almost say out of the box, I don't think Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, I don't think the Democrats are going to go along with this offer. But last week the major indices broke through some key levels. Leading stocks also struggling. Investors right now, they say, need to be more cautious, maybe reducing exposure, especially if you haven't already done it. This whole GameStop saga is likely far from over, they tell us. GameStop and AMC Entertainment and other short squeeze plans had another mammoth week of ultra volatile gains. But the risks are extremely high, they say. Investors are better served following a consistent strategy and follow the trading rules. Don't take wild bets. Now, they were kind of pointing out that the GameStop stock experience has the Robinhood trading app reeling. Regulators are eyeing the situation. Robinhood is still limited trading in GameStop and a handful of other stocks. What do we have coming up this week? Tesla and several other big names will be reporting sales in the coming days, perhaps as early as today. All four of these big announcements, stocks suffered big weekly losses last week. NEO stock closing slightly below a buy point. Tesla stock also retreated last week following an earnings miss. Keep an eye on Microsoft. Microsoft retreated below at least one buy point on Friday, but ultimately closed the week with solid gains. It's the best-looking tech titan after fellow Dow Jones Apple reversed lower last week on their earnings. Back to this $600 billion stimulus. What are we talking about? There's a group of 10 centrist Republican senators that yesterday proposed a $600 billion package, which would extend extra jobless aid through June, more vaccination funding. It would also include direct checks of up to $1,000, but with lower income limits than the previous package. They noted that a $900 billion stimulus bill passed just last month, while some funding remains from the prior relief package. Of course, the Democrats, Joe Biden has the $1.9 trillion package, $1,400 checks, higher income limits. Now, getting 10 Republicans on board would mean a stimulus package could get 60 votes to override a filibuster. But Chuck Schumer said these 10 Republicans need to negotiate with Democrats, stressing that state and local government aid is going to have to be included in any package. Democrats are mulling using budget reconciliation to pass the big stimulus with the bare majority. But there are some downsides to that, they say. One, it's not clear how close the $1.9 trillion could pass the House and the Senate. Second, the reconciliation bill must be budget neutral or better over 10 years. It can only be used once a year. Now, Joe Biden would like to use reconciliation later this year for a big spending package. Maybe infrastructure, health care. That would be financed with big tax hikes on corporations and capital gains. It's all coming. All right, with that, looking at 25 past the hour. Lines wide open on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Good to have you with us here. All right, so we know it's a major nor'easter. After blanketing the Midwest, Northeast under the gun now. We saw 3 to 5 inches in central Ohio early Sunday. Washington, D.C., parts of Virginia also picked up some snow, up to 3 inches in most of those areas. By the afternoon, reaching up into Pennsylvania. Heavy snow was falling, get a load of this, falling at an inch to as much as 3 inches in an hour. And that's what you're going to be looking at for the upcoming day, for your Monday. So if you go in somewhere and you come out 2 hours, literally 2 hours later, you could have 6 inches on the ground. That's hard to imagine. According to the National Weather Service, much of that region will see blizzard conditions of 12 to 18 inches. Temperatures expected to be in the upper 20s to low 30s for the New York City metro area. Snow expected to start falling in Massachusetts later this morning, where they're anticipating up to a foot of snow by the time you get to the evening commute. Then the storm reaches northern New England later on Monday night. Winds strong enough to bring down trees, power lines, gusting 35 to 50 miles per hour with this storm. And there you go, 26 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's look at some of the photos Gary sent me. Gary called in last week. Been a long time since we heard from Gary. talking about his hot rod. That's a nice looking ride, Gary, I got to tell you. Wow. NMCA Racing. Oh, what is that? It's a Chevrolet, I know that. I have no idea what it is. I'm not up to speed on my old cars. But man, that's nice. So, of course, they had the Street Nationals got underway this past weekend. Down in, was it Bradenton, Florida? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right, let me see here. Got an update from the Moose. Just sent me a message. I-74 East at the 143-mile marker in Indiana. Almost impassable. There's a truck in the medium at the 140-mile marker. So, they've been getting some of those pretty steady snow showers. You know, we've had light snow coming down off and on outside our studios most of the morning. So I guess depending on where you are, flip back over to the radar scene. I don't think they were even under, like winter weather advisories and whatnot in that part of the country. But here we go. We'll get the latest for you. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. Help us out on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388, and it's the Heat Wave. Hey there.
Again, I'm sorry, senor. No, hung up and went by some hills here in California on the way up to Nevada and beyond. And I saw the snow that was still on the east side of the northbound interstate. And I thought, we were talking last Friday toward California. And, it sure enough, it hit Flagstaff pretty good. And when I poked my head out of the cave and looked around when my co-driver was driving, I was noticing all these semis, few four-wheelers, but a lot of semis just stopped dead in their tracks in the fast lane because they'd run into the ass end of the vehicle in front of them, or they were trying to avoid an incident and were on the side of the road, almost tipping over into the median, which is pretty steep. And it wouldn't be so bad with these videos that you see of these drivers on I-80 just chain crashing if you didn't take into account that there's property damage, there's lives are injured or lives are lost.
Yes, sir.
As semi drivers, we always say, well, it's the other guy, it's the rookie, it's the foreigners, it's whatever. If you want to look at it, I am a 26-year driving rookie. I am constantly learning every day. I know that you need to slow down. You don't use your brakes. If it's bad enough where you have to chain up, and even then, if it's worse, where even chains ain't helping you, don't drive. Tell the dispatcher he can get out of his nice, warm, cozy chair in that office that he's in, and he can come out there and drive your rig in those conditions.
Right.
As professional drivers, we're the ones behind the wheel, and we hear this from every other trucking company and people out there. Be careful. We don't need to act like a bunch of four-wheelers like I got going by me here that are racing towards Vegas for one damn reason or another. It's slow and steady. The freight will eventually get there. Nothing's worth your life nor the lives of others around you. And if it's late, it's late. You can't fight Mother Nature. Just slow down. I'm sure those people last week, 2 Mondays ago, when I was on Interstate 70 in Colorado, I bet those 3 semi drivers wish they would have done that before they wound up in the river.
Right.
I've not taken a life driving this truck. And I can't imagine ever taking a life, nor could I ever imagine the remorse I would feel because of my idiotic actions that cost another their life. But like I said, I'm a 26-year driving rookie. You probably don't need to be hearing this from me, but we do need to remind everybody, hey, if it's slick, slow down.
It's pretty self-explanatory, right?
So, you would think, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy, to do, but it's the hardest thing to do. It's like being Catholic. It's the hardest thing to be Catholic, but it's the easiest way to get to heaven just by saying, forgive me. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and let you go with that, and we'll holler at you tomorrow, Steve.
All right. Thank you once again. Yeah, appreciate you checking back in there. It is 844-3388. We call it the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, I guess the investigation is underway. What sickened 11 soldiers who ingested an unauthorized substance, which they now know that they drank an industrial compound that we find in antifreeze. Now, we all know antifreeze will kill you in short order. They thought it was alcohol. After a 10-day field training exercise at Fort Bliss, according to officials several days ago, Lieutenant Colonel Allie Payne, public affairs officer for the 1st Armored Division and Fort Bliss, said the initial laboratory reports indicate the soldiers consumed ethylene glycol, which you commonly find in automotive products, including engine coolant and brake fluid. Yummy. Now, the 11 soldiers, including 2 who were in serious condition, were being treated at William Beaumont Army Medical Center in the border city of El Paso, Texas. 2 soldiers needed critical care. Yeah, their conditions have upgraded since then. One of the soldiers actually had to be intubated, but no longer needs breathing assistance, they're saying. And 4 of them are expected to be released from the hospital soon. They don't know what they thought they were drinking, but they thought it was alcohol. But drinking alcohol is prohibited for Army personnel who are on duty, including while in a training environment. Not clear at this point what kind of disciplinary action may be forthcoming the soldiers might face if they did consume alcohol while they were on duty. All right. Of course, the effects of ingesting ethylene glycol can range from euphoria to headaches and nausea or organ failure. It'll kill you. Those sickened include 1 warrant officer, 2 non-commissioned officers, 8 enlisted members, according to the statement from Fort Bliss. The Criminal Investigation Command is investigating. Fort Bliss senior commander has also directed an administrative investigation. But what did you think you were drinking? You gotta wonder. All right, we all recall last year's baseball season. The half season that we got. And we thought, maybe 2021 we can get back to life as normal, as they say. Well, the Major League Baseball Players Association expected to reject a 154-game season proposed by Major League Baseball that would have led to the start of the campaign to be pushed back a month until April of this year, April the 28th, almost into May. Major League Baseball presented the proposal to the Players Union Friday. Proposal calls for 14 playoff teams instead of 10, and use of the designated hitter in the National League for the 2nd consecutive year, 7-inning doubleheaders, and, of course, beginning extra innings with runners on second base would also be utilized once again this year. Proposal calls for players to receive 100% of their pay if the 154-game season is completed and not interrupted by the COVID pandemic. Commissioner Rob Manfred would have authority to suspend the season due to health reasons, according to the proposal. USA Today reported the union's expected to decline the proposal. today. They've had discussions between player representatives and the executive council. Proposal calls for players reporting to spring training March 22nd, which is about a month later than usual, which would allow MLB more time to look at the health landscape, more time for vaccinations. The regular season would end October 10th, 1 week later than originally planned, and then be followed by a postseason would stretch into November. The 14-team postseason would call for the first-place team in both the American and National Leagues to have a first-round bye. The union has asserted the fact there was a 60-game season played to completion last year during a pandemic displayed that an entire 162-game season cannot be played in 2021. So I'm not sure exactly what the players are. Are they looking for fewer games? That was part of the discussions last year when we played the half season. Yeah, many said, well, what's the purpose of playing a 160-game season? Well, of course, we all know that right out of the box in that shortened season, if you lose a handful of games like the Cincinnati Reds did, you're never going to have time to go on, say, a hot streak before the All-Star break and climb or claw your way back into a race that you might get on a hot streak halfway through the season and really start rolling. Short season, it was early on when a number of teams knew that they were out of the mix and really just ended up playing, in many cases, like 40 games, knowing that they weren't going to be in the postseason, season over early on. So I don't know if the players want fewer games. Did they like the shorter season? All right, we'll find out, of course, more later today. I guess when the official vote comes in sometime later this morning. With that, we'll get a quick time out here and reset the phones, after which we'll come back with wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
All right, I got the phones reset there. We're good to go to the end of the show here on a Monday. So we could use your help at 844-844-3388. Earlier in the program, I mentioned the rest of the world is watching. Shared the sentiment of the The guy that was stenographer, he spent, 6 years, I thought they said, right at Joe Biden's side during the Obama-Biden administration. And he was talking of the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, that a lot has changed since 2017 when Joe exited the White House. And I think we've all pretty definitively noticed that, right? And we've noticed it, and undoubtedly the rest of the world has noticed it. Even with or without the cognitive decline, we knew that the likes of Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin, and most assuredly China's president, Xi, is going to test the resolve of this new administration. China, out of the box, is not wasting any time. We spoke last week about some of the air incursions taking place over Taiwan's air defense zone. Here this past day, this is the latest, 6 Chinese fighter aircraft and a U.S. reconnaissance aircraft entered the southwestern corner of the Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone Sunday. According to the Defense Ministry, which they say is a rather unusual admission of U.S. military activity. Tensions have spiked over the last week or so after Taiwan reported multiple Chinese fighters and bombers flying into that zone last weekend. And in an area close to the Taiwan-controlled Pratas Islands in the northern part of the South China Sea, these missions coincided with a U.S. aircraft carrier group entering the South China Sea for what the U.S. military termed as a routine deployment. The United States has indeed criticized the Chinese flights. Taiwan's defense ministry said a total of 7 Chinese aircraft flew into the same waters near the Pratas Islands on Sunday. 2 J-10 fighters, 4 J-11 fighters, and a Y-8 reconnaissance aircraft. They added that a U.S. reconnaissance aircraft was also present in the same southwestern part of the defense zone. They did not name the aircraft type or give details of the flight path, which they do for all the Chinese flights, but it's the first time Taiwan has mentioned the presence of a U.S. aircraft since they started their nearly daily reports of all this China activity in the defense zone back in mid-September. Now, Taiwan rarely speaks about, publicly anyway, about U.S. activity. Normally when U.S. warships sail through the Taiwan Strait, although diplomatic and security sources say there are frequent U.S. air and naval missions close to the island, but U.S., like most countries, has no official diplomatic ties with Taiwan, but we are the most important international backer and supplier of weapons to Taiwan. Rhetoric got pretty harsh last week, the language from China toward Taiwan, where they actually warned if they stepped up military activities, independence means war, was the quote. And their armed forces were acting in response to provocation and foreign interference. Foreign interference, obviously, meaning the United States. We all know the background of China believes Taiwan's democratically elected government is hell-bent on declaring independence, which China says that's the red line. That's the line in the sand. Yeah, you mess with fire, you're going to get burned, was another quote that came out of China last week toward Taiwan. How ugly could things get in such short order? There with China, Taiwan, and the United States. Talk about turning the world upside down. Wow. Let's just hope it doesn't happen. Our number is 844-844-3388. All right, I have not taken the vaccine. I don't know. I may. I'm open. to maybe one day, but early out of the box. I'm just kind of watching, waiting, and seeing what kind of reactions are taking place. I've got a sister-in-law that she got her second vaccine. I think she was doing the Pfizer. Had her first, I guess 2 weeks prior, and then not yesterday, but the prior Sunday, had her second shot. And started feeling pretty damn ill on Tuesday after the second shot. I guess she ain't feeling much better. And supposedly going to be going to get tested today at some point in time for the COVID. Now, I don't know if you've had the vaccine and you get tested, is that going to automatically bring back a positive? I'm not even sure how that's going to work. I mean, I know you're getting the reduced strain, I guess, supposed to be the dead virus. But we shall see. It's up to you. Make your personal choice. If you want to get the vaccine, I don't have a problem with that. But apparently there are some individuals, like everything else in this day and age, they don't like it, and they don't think you should like it. And not only do they don't think you should like it or want it, they want to actually physically prevent you from being able to even get the vaccine, which is insane if you ask me. Which brings us to a group of protesters that managed to actually disrupt operations at Dodger Stadium's massive COVID-19 vaccination shot over the weekend. With, I think rightfully so, some officials expressing fury at the demonstrators, calling for increased security at the testing and vaccine installations. The LA Fire Department officials closed the main entrance to the stadium, one of the largest vaccine sites in the whole country, for about an hour Saturday. There were 50, 60 demonstrators that showed up at the stadium holding signs, decrying masks, and shouting out claims about the dangers of the vaccine. Supposedly, they dispersed about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were no arrests. There were no injuries, but they say about 5,700 and some odd doses of the vaccine were issued Saturday at that site alone. They typically distribute 57 to 7,700 doses on a normal day. Workers were actually still vaccinating people inside the stadium during the hour that the main entrance had to be shut down. But both fire and police officials have said the group wasn't violent, but the decision to close the entrance was more or less precautionary. Protest left several city leaders very, very angry, and some questioning why police weren't more aggressive toward the demonstrators, saying that the LAPD, you've been more proactive quashing anti-police or Black Lives Matter protest. The world sees this. They're undermining our public safety community. But, come on, people. If you don't want the vaccine, luckily, which I think is the right decision, they're not telling you have to take it. You don't want it, don't get it. Your spouse doesn't want it, you don't want your kids. But for those who actually want it, and there are a lot of people that are anxiously anticipating and calling on a daily basis. Well, hell, Spaceman said he was online several hours a day for the better part of a week trying to get an appointment so that he and this space chick could actually get the vaccine. I thought we were all supposed to have freedom of choice in this country. Let people make their own decisions. There's forever been this anti-vaxxer group. No matter what vaccine. Actually, trying to say they don't want their children to have even a polio vaccine. And all other things, diseases that we had essentially wiped out in this country. And, You don't get those vaccines. You're just kind of asking to try and bring it back here in the United States. So, all right, you're up to speed on that. A few minutes before we wrap things up for another hour. Again, we've got open lines at 844-3388. Trust you had a good weekend. Under the industry headlines, police released new information in the shooting death of a log truck driver in Alabama. Late last week, the shooting occurred about 5 a.m. last Thursday in a parking lot in Jackson, Alabama. Police confirming 72-year-old Theodore Dixon was with a logging crew and had stopped in the lot when apparently multiple rounds were fired into his vehicle, they tell us. Dixon was struck by several bullets and passed away at the scene near his truck. Now, Dixon's body was found by a worker at a nearby gravel pit who called 911. Police at the moment believe it may have been part of an attempted robbery. They're not sure. It appears that he was indeed targeted, the truck driver. No arrest at this point in time. The investigation is ongoing, but I think we started our program Friday morning with several stories about shootings of truck drivers, or last week, 2 cases of truck drivers actually opening fire on someone else. Is it just me, or is there more violence taking place out there around the country, in the trucking community in particular? On a brighter note, a truck driver walking away unscathed after a drowsy motorist ripped through the side of his cab last week in Glades County, Florida. According to the Fox 4 outlet, a van was heading southeast on County Road 74 west of State Route 29 when apparently the motorist fell asleep and ended up crossing into the lane of the oncoming truck, sideswiped the oncoming tractor trailer, literally ripping the side of the truck's cab off. Force of that impact causing the van to flip several times before coming to a stop on the grassy shoulder. Now, the truck driver, not hurt by the incident. On the other hand, the van that rolled, the motorist described as being in serious condition, they say, which that's typically the case. You're going to get an automobile or a four-wheeler involved with a big truck. You know who typically comes out on top in that little battle. And it's not typically good for the small car. All right, much more to cover as we make our way into our final hour. The question has been ongoing since the House of Representatives brought the articles of impeachment second time around for Donald Trump over to the Senate chambers. Donald Trump is no longer president. Donald Trump is now citizen, American citizen Donald Trump. And many legal scholars have said, is it constitutionally allowable to actually proceed with a trial of citizen Donald Trump? That's not what impeachment is spelled out as even being used for in the Constitution. And one well-known senator, Rob Portman, from right here in Ohio yesterday, said the constitutional questions of Donald Trump, private citizen, is his ultimate concern about the upcoming trial in the Senate chamber. Tell you more about what Rob had to say coming up as we get into our final hour. Several other items we'll get to, and what's on your mind. Love to hear from you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, just trying to make it to a Monday. Yeah, get the hard part behind us, right? And as we get our final hour underway here, first day of February, all ready for Groundhog's Day. Let me zoom in on the Northeast. Big winter storm, as the forecasters say, full-fledged nor'easter. Really ramping things up. All right, the snow flying as far north. You got from Rochester to Utica, New York. The snows have begun moving into Albany. So from there on south, you're in the snow. And in some areas, you're in heavy snow. New York City, you're expecting 10 to 15 inches before it's all said and done. I see some, the rain snow line is still several miles offshore. So in New York City direct, it doesn't look like you're going to get that break from the heavy snow. Some areas along the coastal areas may see a little mixed precip from time to time. Now you get on back, let me move a little bit further south and east, where we are seeing quite a bit of mixed precipitation. Maryland on up into southern portions of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. They did say you may see precipitation mixing in for a time, and that's what we're seeing right now. It may be sleet, it may be freezing rain, but what I'm seeing right now from about Lancaster, PA, on over to Philadelphia, down into Wilmington, Delaware. It's mixed precip down to Bel Air, Maryland, down into Baltimore. Germantown, Washington, D.C., along the 495 loop, especially on the west side. Another batch of mixed precip going to be pushing through there. So your snowfall totals will be decreased pretty significantly there. But, again, heavy snow from Allentown, PA, to New York City, and on up on over to the west, most of Pennsylvania. You're in the snow. Snowing from Williamsport to State College to Punxsutawney, which will be the focal point 24 hours from now. About this time, the crowds would normally be gathering. I don't know if they're going to have even a limited crowd. It's all supposed to be virtual. Snow continuing all the way back to Pittsburgh, Wheeling, West Virginia, eastern Ohio from Canton to Salem, on down southward along I-77 to the north of Marietta, Ohio. Then things kind of break up in the central portions of the state. You're pretty much high and dry from Columbus to Lancaster to Washington Courthouse this morning. But then you get the backside of the storm, the wraparound, where the precip's moving from a north to south kind of direction. We have seen snow falling much of the night, stretching from, still looking at snows up into northern Indiana, from just east of Kokomo down through Indianapolis, then on down into much of Kentucky. You're in the snow from Louisville to Elizabethtown to Lexington, on over into Flemingsburg. So a lot of snow in the mix still with this storm. Snow's not nearly as heavy now. The wrap around the backside of the storm, just dropping. Kentucky is actually under winter weather advisories, where you'll have a couple of additional inches on top of what you had, where early on you saw some snow Saturday night into Sunday, but that rapidly transitioned over to plain old rain, as it did here in southwestern Ohio. We had rain most of the day on Sunday. Then that changeover, the backside bringing more cold air in. So that's what we're looking at here on a Monday morning. I'll pop in on some of our winter weather advisories. Matter of fact, I'm looking here, and it looks like they've kind of bumped up winter weather advisories a little bit further to the north now to include from Maysville to Madison, Kentucky, Cincinnati, on up to the counties north of Cincinnati are actually under winter weather advisories now. That just occurred here a few hours ago. We're only looking at additional accumulation of like an inch, southeast Indiana, northeast and northern Kentucky. But with temperatures below freezing, You're going to see slippery road. Watch the bridges and overpasses for sure. Now, a little bit further south, what are they saying there for south central Indiana and central portions of Kentucky? Yeah, they're looking for just another inch or two, so it's not like something to write home about, but it's enough to cause some travel headaches out there on the highways and byways. Look at our travelers' weather as we roll into our final hour on a Monday morning. And one other quick note, you actually have winter weather advisories that extend all the way down into the middle portions of Tennessee. Looks like some of the areas down from Cookville to Crossville, and even winter weather advisories all the way down to the Tennessee northeastern corner of Alabama line. Not quite into Chattanooga, but I guess they're expecting maybe a few flakes of snow making it that far to the south here on a Monday morning. Now, in that part of the country, all it takes is a dusting. I mean, so they're going to be probably going to see less than a half inch. Then through the day Monday, they're actually, I'm looking here, Monday snow showers on up until maybe like 3 in the afternoon. And could see 1 to 2 inches. So that'd be enough to really put a wallop on parts of central Tennessee, central and southern Tennessee. Now, back to the calls here, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Is this the Lion Man?
The Blind Man.
Well, hello, Blind Man. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. We got snow yesterday, not as much as predicted, and with my limited vision, it just I can't even go outside now and see the house across the street. That's how bad my vision has gotten. I just see white out there. Anyhow, my question for you is, with the shutdown of the Keystone XL pipeline, has anybody, the workers laid off, has anyone sued Biden's directive or executive order to get the construction going again?
I have not seen that as far as the pipeline itself. I know Texas is looking to sue over some of the other impacts on oil production as far as drilling and whatnot, but I'd have to double check and see if there's any sort of suit filed in regards to the Keystone. Canada was actually, they were looking at maybe suing because they had put millions or billions of dollars into this damn thing, and now telling us that it's all that's going to sit there. They're going to like sue for the lost income.
Yeah, I hope they do. I did hear that New Mexico heavily depends on oil and gas drilling, and since Biden said you can't drill on government land anymore, that's really hurting New Mexico, and I hope they sue too.
Right.
And one of my neighbors complained to me about she's paying more for gas now, and I said, well, you voted for the guy, don't blame me.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't know what to say about that one. I just hope people are waking up, Steve. What's going on?
It didn't take long for Joe to show his supporters that they may not be real happy with the direction he's taking things. A lot of what he's doing, though, is he's I posted a link, the actual video of Joe Biden just weeks before the election when he was, when Pennsylvania was up in arms about he's going to ban fracking, and he said, I'm not going to ban fracking. I'm not going to ban fracking. And then 2 days into it, yep, I'm banning fracking. Yes, so he pretty much just lied to him.
Yeah. Like I said, I hope people wake up now and realize we're in a world of hurt now.
Yeah.
And I wonder if I'm going to be arrested for possession of incandescent light bulbs. I remember when Barack Obama put a ban on that. You couldn't get them anymore, and I knew this was coming, so I bought about 20 or 30 cases of light bulbs to last me for the rest of my life.
Wow.
Because these little curly Q light bulbs, they cause radio interference on the AM band and shortwave bands that I listen to. And also my sighted friend says it's a wonder you can even see in here. It's so dim, it's like having the house with candlelight. That's how dim they are.
Why can't we just go back to the way it was? Incandescent light bulbs. I never had a problem with them.
Neither have I. But they're going to force us to. You just wait. They're going to close the factories down that make these light bulbs because it's going to save the environment. I'm sick and tired of these watermelons telling us what we can and cannot do.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, Steve, you have a good week.
You do the same. Thanks for checking in.
I'll call in from time to time to check in.
Absolutely. You do that. We always look forward to hearing from you there over in Maryland. Steve, just wondering if an app or another way of listening has been developed. The DOT makes Facebook and YouTube illegal behind the wheel. Can you please respond? Says you've never acknowledged any of my emails over the last 20 years. Huh. Well, Jared, I don't know if your emails were going to my junk mail or what. But I don't tend to ignore people that send me emails. He said, I'm a big fan, but this is my last straw. Jared, yeah, they're developing. The app should be done here. I can't give you a time, but in the next few weeks, I know that they're working on getting that together. And I don't know, is responding via the program good enough, or is he expecting like an email response? Most of the time when I get emails, I respond on the program. That's what we do. So sorry if I've offended you. All right, but yes, the app will be coming in short order. There you go. Hope that answers your question. What's going on there, Mr. Knucklebuster?
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. You know how many emails Steve Summers gets in a day?
A bunch.
You can't open every one of them damn emails. A bunch. I bet you just hit the delete all button at the end of the show, right? I wouldn't blame you. Not one bit. I couldn't answer all of them emails at one time. But anyway, shoot, man, it's, I guess, better hide your water pistols than your water blasters now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Bury them underground and get them encased where they're waterproof and all that good junk. I knew they was coming for them. So, that's just a matter of time there. Oh, man, it's been a wild, crazy weekend. I've been, my son-in-law, soon to be ex-son-in-law, he made an ass of himself, and guess who they call? Barney Fife on him.
Yep.
Yep. That's the way it goes, you know. Shoot, man, it's just been a wild weekend, but it's been a great one there. I got to go see my 92-year-old mama this weekend, so it was my turn to babysit her, Rick. She's still living in her own house, so she's one of the fortunate ones.
No doubt.
She doesn't have to live in a nursing home.
At 92,
and
that's
I guess
pretty
I'll be all
darn
right
good.
now, too. Yeah, I guess I'll be all right, too, because I've got my house paid for, so I won't have to go live in no nursing home, or Mama Knucklebuster won't either. But, shoot. They got this Keep On Trucking. They give me an iPad and put a new camera in my truck, and it tells them everything I do, Steve. But if I ain't got my seatbelt on, it'll tell them. I guess somebody's watching me 24/7. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I took cure-all on that. I put my face mask on, put my Oakley sunglasses on. I had Mama Knucklebuster throw me a seatbelt across my T-shirt, and then I just buckled it up in behind me, so it looks like I'm wearing my seatbelt, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm waiting to see whether somebody responds to that. They'll probably tell them I said it about it. But the first couple of nights, I threw both hands up in the air. Hold on a second, let me get past this car, and I'll do it again. Look, Mom, no hands. And I ain't got no response over that one yet either, so I keep waiting on a dirty letter. That'll really set them on fire, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, no doubt.
And, oh, yeah. So anyway, it's all good. I don't keep them off that steering wheel longer than a second anyway, so I'd be scared to turn this thing loose for too long. And I'm trying to remember all I had on the head there, but I didn't take no notes tonight because I couldn't write nothing going down the highway. And that dumbass called Theory, she couldn't understand the way I talk. I don't know. I'm talking just like a normal redneck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you agreed with that. I thought I was the most redneck person you had calling in on your show, but I've heard a couple others that were worse than me, right?
Yes, sir.
So now you don't have to answer that, Dave. So anyway, all right, have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. That's going to be all of my baloney for today. I'll throw a little steak at you. You know, we're in the third day, right? So,
third day.
Most people ain't going to understand what that is. Well, you know, the Bible says that to God, one day is as 1,000 years. So take 0 to 1,000, that'd be 1. 1,000, 2,000 be 2. 2,000 to 3,000 would be day 3. So take it for whatever it's worth. You ain't never going to pick a day and a time in 1,000 years anyway. So I'm not trying to predict Jesus coming back anytime soon, but I still believe we're in the third day the way things are going crazy, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, here's my deal with most preachers. Most preachers can't even explain to me what John chapter 2 is talking about when Jesus turned water into wine. So when one of them tells me the true meaning of it, then I'll listen to what he's got to say, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
all right, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. Have a good day. We'll talk to you probably tomorrow night, right? So I guess when I came back from a break here a little bit, I must have forgot to hit that little magic button. Several people messaged and said, hey, why you got the screen blocked? Sorry about that. I think it's the first time I've done that. Let me see here. Before we get back to your calls, lines available at 844-844-3388. It is 25 past the 4 o'clock hour in the Eastern time zone. 1:25 a.m. on the West Coast. Steve, I have a Samsung Note 9 phone, and when I open YouTube, at the bottom of the screen is 3 tabs. The one that shows 3 will reduce the screen like having an open tab on a computer, and it helps to listen. Oh, and for Knuckle Buster, he and Mama Buster need to get his house out of his name, or they can take that paid house. That's what we had to do for my grandparents. Okay. I guess he knows what he's talking about. Good morning, Steve. Mr. Steve, I can't take the vaccine if I wanted to. I saw a one-time news story that was running down the possible side effects of the vaccine. They said it should not be taken by people who are allergic to bee, wasp, and hornet stings. One good shot from one of those, and I have 30, 40 minutes to get the antidote drugs flowing. Those stings cause my respiratory system to swell and close the airways. I think that's what anaphylactic shock is what they call that, right? Yeah, I'll be gone in 45 minutes to an hour. If I don't get the antidote. That's what you got to carry the EpiPens. Isn't that what it is? All right, no beer, flu vaccine for me, please. That's from the Hired Gun there in Northwest Georgia. Hammer said, can't see you. Push the button, dummy. Your camera's off. Okay. Yeah, I did that. Double trucker, tonight's run was canceled by the snow. So I'm sitting in the living room watching you on the 55-inch television. Thank you very much. One more, Semper Fi, from Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Trucking Nation. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Ready to head up to Sterling Heights, Michigan. Early for the flip back to Fort Wayne GM. All right, thank you very much, Truck and Phil. There you go. And you can send those messages, which they all did via text, to our toll-free number, the 844-844-3388. And lines available here, Money Penny or Lucky Penny. Lucky Penny, hi there.
Good morning, Steve. It's so good to have you back on in the middle of the night. This is the hardest hours to drive because there's nothing to do, nothing to see, and nothing to look for.
Yeah.
we get more information out of your show than anywhere we watch the news or anything we ever listen to. But we appreciate you being on every night for us.
You got it.
And we want to thank Horse Feathers for hooking us up. We were hooked up, but we didn't know how to subscribe. So he came over one night and showed Ranger Jack how to do it, and we got all linked up and got on subscribed.
Is that right?
So, yeah, we're not very savvy with technological junk.
So do you guys,
So he helped us.
you guys live up in the same neck of the woods there, like in Maryland, or?
No, we're in Somerset there.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. We're above him, but we met on the cruise.
Oh, yeah.
We became friends on the boat.
Yep, I remember that very well.
He was the first one we ran. Yeah, we ran into him the first thing out of the bat. Yeah. So we went, we had a good time with them.
Uh-huh.
But and this compliance, all this junk that they're shoving down our throats is nothing but compliance.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, no, he called us. Ranger Jack said we didn't see him. We just talked to him.
Right.
Horse
That's what I thought you were saying, like he came over, but yeah, so he called you up and he talked you through it, right?
Right. So if anybody has any problems, just contact him if you got his number.
Yeah.
But we talked offline. But anyways, this compliance, everything that's going on is, lining us up for the end times. I believe I'm like, what's his name? The one that just was on.
Yeah, Knuckle Buster.
I went blank. Knuckle Buster. I'm like him. I think we're in the last days. And I think one of these days, it's going to be over. I mean, I knew when Trump lost, we were kind of screwed. So, but anyways, we appreciate what you do. And thank you, Chris, for putting him back on. We appreciate you, and we're going to support you any way we can.
All righty. Thank you so much, Lucky Penny. Great to hear from you. I haven't actually spoke to Chris. I think it was opening night of the show when he called in to kind of welcome everybody aboard, getting things started. Now, he's been kind of living it up, in the sunshine. He's playing a snowbird. I guess he's probably happy not to be in Mount Gilead right about now. I don't think he's a big fan of the wintry weather. But, they got plenty of that over the weekend. That is for sure. I need to give him a call and say, hey, boss. I'm sure he tunes in from time to time, listens in. I don't know that he stays up all night like some of you do, but all right. Thank you so much to Chris Gabrelchik and Hot Shot Secret. Again, don't forget, go to overnighttdriveradio.com, and this week's contest is up and running. We've got the grand prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, which the one I showed you last week, I this past day got mine all charged up, plugged in, linked up, Bluetooth synced up with my smartphone. So it actually works. Pretty nifty deal. And of course, second prize, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of each. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Just go to the contest page, you punch in your email address, and you can go back every day. And numerous additional opportunities to get registered by sharing via social media, Facebook, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it is, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, all that social media stuff that I'm not real familiar with. All right, looking at 28 before the hour. I mentioned Rob Portman, and he and many others in the Senate questioning, do we even have the constitutional authority to proceed with this impeachment? In an interview this past day on State of the Union, Portman called Trump's involvement in the siege at the Capitol. He's on the bandwagon when he says Trump, it's inexcusable. We would be convicting a private citizen, though. And that sets a precedent. The ultimate consequence. Now, he says, I said what he did was inexcusable. But I do think this constitutionality issue is going to have to be addressed. It can be inexcusable and yet not be subject to a conviction. In other words, saying what Donald Trump did might be inexcusable, but it cannot be subject to a conviction. Now, he said his retirement from the Senate does not mean he'll remain silent when it comes to politics. I've never intended to stay as long as I did. Said he's actually looking forward to going back to the private sector and the nonprofit sector. If you didn't catch it, Portman kind of surprised everyone, announcing he's not going to seek re-election in 2022, I think it is. But he says, at the same time, I do not plan to be silent. I think we have a good chance to do well in 2022. I think the Republican Party is on a sound footing on their policies. People trust us on that. He also decried the pushback on Liz Cheney for her impeachment vote and said he wouldn't be surprised if Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the freshman from Georgia, got stripped of her committee assignment for her support, as he says, of political violence. She's a friend, very smart, plays a key part, he said, of Cheney, but it's important to have her voice in the process. Now, as for Greene, he said Republican leaders ought to stand up and say it's totally unacceptable what she has said. There's no place for violence in our political dialogue. And he said a possible denial to her of a committee assignment would kind of send the message. He said there's got to be a strong response. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's, I guess they've gone back to some of the archived statements, things that she's said and posted via social media in the past. And of course, following the Capitol Hill incident on January the 6th, she stood in support of the President Trump at the time, for that. But with that, we'll get a quick break in here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, during the break there, I pulled up the 511 New York. Looking at the map here for eastern Pennsylvania up into southern portions of New York. And let's just say it is a mess. On the map where you got the exclamation points depicting accidents and closures, incidents, you name it. Wow. Whole lot of asterisks showing up on the map here. Looks like that would be I-95. You've got numerous incidents and accidents along I-95 stretching from Philadelphia all the way up into New York City. I'm thinking they've been telling us snow coming down 1 to 3 inches per hour. And at that level, that's where the crews, the salt trucks and the plows, they cannot keep up. Yeah, they'll go through, and in an hour's time, everything's completely covered over again. So stay off the roads. And, of course, we touched earlier in the program, I'll see if I can pull that back up, on there are numerous road restrictions in place in both Pennsylvania and New York. Some of the latest updates here, snowfall being observed along an 1,100-mile swath stretching from Nashville to just outside of Boston. Yeah, the broad area of snow. One storm that's weakening over the Ohio Valley, while the other storm, that's the one that's blossoming into a full-blown nor'easter, continues to intensify off the mid-Atlantic coast. So you've got winter storm warnings expanded to include all of northern New England as that snow spreads northeastward between now and Tuesday. Okay, state of emergency in New York. Non-essential travel will be restricted in New York City starting in about an hour and 15 minutes, 6 a.m. Monday, according to Mayor de Blasio. It says here, public transportation, emergency service, delivery vehicles, emergency repair vehicles, and vehicles transporting people to and from work will be allowed to operate. Some commercial vehicles that receive prior approval from the city will also be allowed to use the roadways amid these orders. The open restaurants program is suspended today under the emergency order. This is slated to remain in place for 3 days unless otherwise extended or revoked. All depends on how long the snow continues to fall, but they're getting buried there. Now, if you decide, if you're not essentially traveling, anyone that knowingly violates this order risks being found guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. So some of the updates. Philadelphia, snow emergency is in place there through Tuesday. New Jersey's governor has declared state of emergency with this big winter storm. Air travel is, I don't think there's a whole lot of flights going to be taken off out of the Northeast today. Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of flights have already been canceled. New York City closes the schools, remote learning for Monday. So much for the good old-fashioned snow day. Now, when they say a full-blown nor'easter, what does that mean? Forecasters have been warning for days that this storm, as it presses into Ohio over the weekend, that this secondary storm was going to take shape, ultimately becoming a full-blown nor'easter. That started Sunday afternoon. Heavy precip was developing across the mid-Atlantic. But what exactly is a nor'easter? Simply put, it's a large storm that spawns northeasterly winds along the east coast of the United States. These storms can become intense, especially if they move along cold fronts, which are marked by the collision of the cold, dry air and the mild, moist air out over the ocean. In the most severe cases, winds triggered by a nor'easter can approach hurricane-force wind, just 74 miles per hour or greater. Now, even when these storms are non-tropical in nature, nor'easters can form during any month of the year, but they're much more common and often become more severe during the winter months between September and April. Severe nor'easters can just lash the coast. Flooding rain, extreme snowfall, blizzard conditions, damaging winds. rough seas and coastal floodings, and they're anticipating pretty much all that with this particular storm. Warning that many of these impacts are expected early this week as the nor'easter chugs along the coast. Winds 30 to 50 miles per hour. They say we could see gusts approaching 65 miles per hour. That's enough to create blizzard conditions. Travel in areas from Trenton to New York City to Boston becoming nearly impossible during the height of the storm, which is technically between now into Monday night, a rather long duration storm as well. So moving very slow, and that's why the snowfall totals are expected to really continue piling up. All right, so not the place you want to be traveling or delivering or hoping to pick up freight this morning. Wow, or through the day, Monday into Tuesday. Full-fledged blizzard eyeing New York City and Boston. All right, well, that is 844-3388. That is our number. And, yeah, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. A nor'easter's real simple. It's going to knock your ass over and then bury you up with a lot of snow, right?
Yeah, right.
Is that simple enough?
Yep.
Yeah, I got a quick question, boy. When are you going to start live streaming on your app? If you know, if not, we'll broach that subject later, because the only social media I have on my phone is YouTube, so I can listen to you while I'm going down the road. I don't watch you while I'm going down the road. So anyway, I'd like to get rid of that part of it too. So.
Yeah, like I said, I spoke to Kyle over the weekend, and I know that they're the way he put, they're working on it. So it sounds like it's probably, I'd say in the next week or so, they'll probably have that up and running.
Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds great, man. Hey, I got another question now. Have you ever had somebody just show up at your front door uninvited?
Oh, it's been known to happen a time or two.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, Bubba got an uninvited guest at his house this week. This 23-year-old girl rung his cowbell he uses for a doorbell.
Yeah.
And I'd have really loved to have been standing right next to her, because when he opened that door, she said, "Hello, Daddy."
Oh, boy.
But his wife was okay with it. That was back before they got married, and now he's got 3 sons and 1 daughter, so he's pretty good with it. I mean, it just gave me another niece, right?
So you're not
I'm related.
You're not
to
trying
Bubba.
to pull a Knucklebuster funny. You're being serious.
Oh yeah, I'm being dead serious.
Oh, okay. See, I thought I'm so used to you telling us jokes. I thought you were pulling my chain.
No, man, that's the truth. There, he went and told our 92-year-old our mother this weekend, and she looked kind of taken aback, and then said, "Well, that's fine. Welcome to the family."
Yeah.
So I thought it was kind of funny myself, but I'd have loved to have been standing there next to her when she said, "Hello, Daddy." Yeah. I'd have loved to have seen the expression on his face. So.
Me too. I can only
that's
imagine.
all
All right. Thank you there, Knucklebuster. So, yeah, a little addition to the family. It's a surprise, surprise. All right. President Biden's focus on climate change. Raising the minimum wage, opening up the borders in the midst of a pandemic is a misappropriation, according to one Stephen Moore, the economist, Stephen Moore. My advice to Joe Biden, he says, put the economy first. Come on, man. Joe likes to use that statement so often. Come on, man. Put the economy first. Put the health crisis first. Speaking on WABC out of New York, according to The Hill, there's not been an appropriate focus on getting the American people back to work. Joe pushing another $1.9 trillion COVID package, looking to damage the economy and destroy jobs while propping it up by printing money, he says. I don't get it. I don't get why he's canceling the Keystone Pipeline. That's jobs. And they're not $15 an hour job, folks. We're talking $60, $70, $80 an hour jobs. The move will also unwind former President Trump's progress in making America energy independent. Of course, Trump was reducing the influence of foreign oil on our country, specifically the Middle East. Yet we're looking to turn things around. We're making an about face. Problem is, Moore says, we're not pumping it here and in Canada, then we're going to have to buy it. We're going to have to import it from countries like Saudi Arabia. Wrong direction. Then right along that line, same topic essentially, but apparently even the Washington Post, which I can't hardly imagine, they got their fact checkers out and they're calling out John Kerry. Calling out John Kerry, which, by the way, John Kerry is President Biden's climate czar. Some of his remarks about the fastest growing jobs in the country today. Now, the Post fact checker column gave Kerry special presidential envoy for climate two Pinocchios for John Kerry for his misleading framing of potential solar and wind jobs in this country. Now, it noted Kerry had said this month that before the pandemic, the fastest growing jobs in the United States was solar panel technician, second fastest, wind turbine technician. Now, he was close. And I'll give him that. But the Post checked the Bureau of Labor Statistics and found that first place showed wind turbine service technicians. Second place was a nurse practitioner. Third place was solar photovoltaic installers, solar panel installers. Okay, so Kerry's been bungling his talking point a little bit, they say. Wind is before solar, not vice versa. And these professions are projected to be the first and third fastest growing jobs, not number 1 and 2. But with that said, they pointed out, John Kerry also said that these people that are in coal mining jobs right now, you can do the job of a solar technician or a wind turbine technician. Here once again, the Post pointing out solar and wind jobs are projected to grow between the two of them, both solar and wind, 2,400 new jobs in 10 years, leaving 40,000 coal workers still in the mines. And the projected new jobs in these industries over 10 years amount to just 20% of the current jobs in coal. Oh, and then there's the pay. They do not pay as well either. Meanwhile, the Federal Aviation Administration records point out that the family of John Kerry owns their own nice private jet. You know, he's leaving a nice carbon footprint out there, living the jet set lifestyle. So again, surprisingly, even the likes of the Washington Post calling out John Kerry. Time for maybe one or two more real quick, like here. I guess it was one hell of a fire, a massive fire in northern New Jersey as we rolled into the weekend. A recycling plant that raged on into the day Saturday, where firefighters were battling the frigid cold and the wind. Remember that Arctic blast that swept through the Northeast Thursday night into Friday? The blaze broke out about the midnight hour. I guess this was Friday night. More than 24 fire departments converging to fight this blaze. There were at least 2 explosions, one involving a truck with gas tanks on it. Smoke continued to billow into the night sky. And when you consider a recycling plant, they say, everything inside is kind of conductive for continued burning. The building is a complete loss. The flames erupted on a kind of a punch-you-in-the-face cold night, as the mayor put it. Temperatures were in the teens. He said one fire had been taken to a hospital with exhaustion, another after a fall on what was like an ice skating rink, obviously. You're putting water, spraying water out there with temperatures in the teens, so what a mess. But he did say firefighters did a remarkable job, just hitting the fire from every direction. Now, we're going to be here for a few days dealing with this, he said. The impact on hundreds of employees at the plant and some of the neighboring structures. This was at Atlantic Coast Fibers, where they processed cardboard, paper, plastic containers, and other material for recycling, according to their website. It was a family-run company that dates back like over 80 years. Cause of the blaze still under investigation, but they do say fires are not uncommon in recycling plants. I mean, you get a lot of stuff. People do throw things into recycle bins that aren't per se supposed to be in there. You get batteries. Acids can start fires. People oftentimes put, you've got cardboard and petroleum products and all that stuff. Now, you get the spontaneous combustion thing. There was a time when I did, a number of years ago, when I was doing radio on the weekends, I worked at an oil change place, quick change oil change place. And we had a bucket for soiled rags down in the pit. And I remember the one day we started smelling smoke, and it was just wiping the oil off from your hands onto those rags, and spontaneous combustion occurred in that a big bucket full of oil-soiled towels. All right, we'll close things out here on a Monday. When we come back at the midnight hour, Monday night into Tuesday morning, we're still obviously going to be contending with our full-blown nor'easter. Buckle up for a long-duration event. AccuWeather says some areas may see snowfall totals approaching 36 inches between now and the middle of the week. And I'm real quick looking through some of the snowfall. As of like 9 o'clock Sunday evening, Aurora, West Virginia already had exceeded a foot of snow there. Wintergreen, Virginia, 9.7. Van Wert, Ohio, just shy of 8 inches. And on down the line, those numbers are going up, up, up. And what a day. Remember, you're in a state of emergency. New York City has your travel restrictions in place. Non-essential personnel, stay off the roads, all right? Again, thanks so much. See you back tonight at the midnight hour. I hope you'll join us and tell your friends to join us as well. Again, now streaming live on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube, Facebook, as well as the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, Facebook page, and more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.